Welcome, everyone, to the February 17th City Commission meeting, and we'll start with some instructions from Sherry, our city clerk.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. The first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Pulliam to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. That brings us to item B, the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items a member of the commission would like to pull off the consent?
No, sir.
Moved for you already, and there are no quasi-judicial, so I look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda? Second that?
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Devo to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. That brings us to the regular agenda. And item 1 is to consider approving the airport master plan's airport layout drawing for submission to the Federal Aviation Committee. And I think, let's do that. I don't know if you want to do 1 and 2 together or just do 1 and then we'll talk about 2 separate.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Commission. I am here tonight, and Kurt, I'm going to have to mouse to this, so just bear with me for a moment.
Hold on.
You pulling it up? Okay. Thank you, sir. And Sherry, I should have someone to admit John Rostis with Garver.
Okay.
Hopefully he's on already.
You didn't expect us to be so fast.
John?
You didn't expect us to be so fast.
That was the fastest in a long time.
Everyone is looking at Mike and I like, do it.
Yeah, we're good this week.
5 minutes.
We know.
You seeing him, Sherry?
I don't, but I'll keep watching in case.
Okay. Well, that's a little troubling.
Well,
Yeah, typically,
probably said you'd give him
we're
a-
used to a little bit later, apparently. Okay, well, Mayor and Commission, Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services and Operations for the City of Lawrence, and also your acting or interim airport manager. We are here tonight to discuss the city's airport master plan process along with the new airport layout plan that we're asking you to consider for recommending for submission to the Federal Aviation Commission or Federal Aviation Administration for their review. So this process, and I'm going to go ahead, can I scroll, Kurt?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I don't know, is anybody back there able to get a hold of John? Aaron, I'm looking at Aaron, who works with me and John occasionally. Maybe you don't have John in your speed dial, but you have Brett, and Brett will get to John.
There are a few that say guest, so perhaps he's on. I just don't know what he is, so hopefully we
Yeah, if John, if you're on, please raise your hand. Anyway, our process started a couple years ago, which is like hard to say, but it would have been in the 24 timeframe that we started this process. And there was multiple steps that have been gone through to get to where we're at today with our proposed airport layout plan. What you see here on the screen is those steps that we've taken. The first phase was the gathering of data, and John does a really great job of explaining this, but I can handle it, I believe. So originally we did get together with our consultant Garver, and to try and understand what the existing conditions are out there, do an assessment. These are typical planning processes that you would see with city planning, but in this case, we're looking very specifically at a smaller area called our airport. And we also met with stakeholders and the community. In fact, this was probably one of their largest engagements they've ever had in one of these plans. I think the night that we were out at the airport, we had 75 attendees show up for this process, which is really unheard of. And very well supported, not only by the community folks in the area, but also throughout the state of Kansas. We had representation from our federal delegation as well that evening, as well as our state lawmakers. We also engaged with the EDC and Chamber in this space as well, and other key stakeholders such as KU and the businesses on the airport themselves. So that created our existing inventory and kind of our baseline of what is out there, what we're working on. It takes into account all the work that we've been doing for capital improvements over the last 5 years. And then they obviously create a forecast. So that helps us kind of look out and decide what is it that we need to be doing in addition to what we've already done going forward to meet demands that are the inputs that came in through the process. And that was shared. All of these steps along the way have been shared back with the Aviation Advisory Board. So they have been kept in the loop as each phase is completed and shared with them. So facility requirements is this kind of the analyze phase that we spent some time in and had conversations about, sort of working with staff, but also with the Aviation Advisory Board to kind of say, okay, what's our priority here? They clearly have an interest in how the airport functions as it exists today, but also have dreams or wishes that they would like to see. And also, you know, the avionics community, the flying community has demands outside of what our users that are located at the airport have. So things like, you know, drone technology and unmanned vehicles for flight also come into play here. So we looked at those, forecasted those, and then looked at alternatives to those to kind of see what options we had, how those could be either incorporated or if there was mitigations that needed to happen. So that occurred in that analyze phase. Any luck, Aaron? Not yet. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going. The capital improvements plan was then looked at for a 20-year window, and we're required to provide 5 years at a time to the FAA. So we just went in and met with them again. That same information is shared with the State of Kansas Aviation Division within KDOT, and we went over that again with our Aviation Advisory Board. I believe that was in the fall, probably the October timeframe. Just to make sure that they were good with the prioritization there, and there were some adjustments made. Maybe it was September, but it was sometime last fall. And then what that brought us to in January was the final concept of the airport layout plan, which we'll discuss tonight. And sort of after that is approved by the FAA, then all of the master plan documents kind of get fully updated to reflect what's in the very intense airport layout document. Typically what's referred to is something called Exhibit A. So if you see in the attachment today, if you just look at Exhibit A, that's what most people are going to go to look at. And that is the one that most pilots are most interested in, as well as the FAA. So here's just the information on our community and stakeholder engagement that we had. We did interviews with stakeholders early on. We conducted a visiting session with the Aviation Advisory Board. We presented alternatives to our different stakeholder groups, and 2 public open houses, as well as those airport board presentations over the last year and a half. So here's the pretty drawing, which I believe is what they refer to as Exhibit A. And on here, you can see all kinds of exciting things if you're a pilot, and I am not. But what I can tell you is what's of interest is some showing of some future hangar development on the east side of the drive up to the airport from 2440, as well as more T-hangar development just to the, would be kind of like the southwest. The way this is laid out, it's kind of confusing, but, and then it also shows some possible other area for development on what would be the northeast side of the main runway. It's a blue area on there, a light, like a turquoisey blue. And then it does show a proposed solar installation there just north of 2440 that would help for powering things at the airport. So that was one of the concepts that came out of that. And that's about all I have there. It does show potential other projects related to the runways. If you have any questions on that, I'd be more than happy to try to answer what is on this very intense drawing. And John has such a beautiful thing to share, but we'll see here. So basically, the next step here is we've already presented this to the Aviation Advisory Board, though we did not need their approval. We did ask for their kind of recommendation forward to you guys for the layout plan, of which we did receive back on January 14th. And this next step, should you approve this tonight, would then send this off for a preliminary review from the FAA for airspace, which will take about 90 days if we're lucky, maybe a little longer. And then anything that we need to do will be sent back to us, as I indicated at the start. We'll make those adjustments as necessary. Then the final report will all be pulled together, and then we will be bringing that back for approval. So that's the process.
Okay. Couple, oh, do you have another slide there?
Yeah, just basically, we'll have a 5-year projects list out of this, and then we'll have another 5 years, which is kind of the further out. And again, they don't have to necessarily be taken in order. So let's say we have one that's out at year 6 or 7, and that suddenly jumps up. We have that, it's been submitted to the FAA, and we can make adjustments, so.
Okay.
It's not on here, it can't be done. So there you go.
There you go. I know one of the questions have coming up, and I think you answered this, but I think there's questions out there. We're not approving the entire strategic plan tonight,
The master plan, you
the
mean?
master plan.
No,
We're just
the ALP,
approving-
very specifically, the airport layout plan, yes.
So, and then really this is just a recommendation of the plan to the FAA. They will then, I mean, they could agree with it or they could send it back. We'll go back and forth. We'll approve it and then eventually approve the entire plan.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions. Other questions?
Yeah, a couple questions. The overall airport is, so it's funny, my wife told me, she said you can get into politics or be piloting. I was 30 hours into a pilot thing, so I've actually landed planes here. So
Okay.
We'll see if I made the right decision by taking politics. One thing, as I read through this document, the inventory, what's going on there, where we can build, that was really great to read. The one thing I didn't get out of this document is, are we trying to make this more like the executive airport in Kansas City? Is this going to be more like, kind of like how Billard's is in Topeka? What's the direction that we have for the airport in the future? Is it just bigger runways like for what we have now? Or could you talk about the story of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's part of the process that we're yet to kind of go through with the Aviation Advisory Board, is sort of the vision side of it. And some parts of this, to me, the cart and the horse are a little bit out of an alignment. But luckily, most of the things on the first 5 years of the CIP they're not growth related per se, they're maintenance related. And that's really the activities we're focusing on, is trying to make sure that asset out there of our regional airport is well maintained, and we've done an incredible amount of work over the last couple of years to do that. There are some aspirational items on there, and one of those that was brought in a question to me was about the extension of the main runway. And that's sitting out there, but we have a lot of hurdles to clear. As your interim airport manager, I would not suggest that being at the top of our list. Many of the users out there would not find that beneficial to them. However, there are regional benefits that some will see and say. So we're going to have to balance that, I think. We've found a way to do it where you don't have to move the highway or mess with the levee that's on the north side. So we do have some constraints that would make that difficult, if that makes sense. What I would say is probably more akin to Johnson County Executive, if I understand that. We do have several businesses that are functioning out here, as well as KU obviously has 2 facilities, and one is a research hangar out there as well. So some interaction with our friends over at the university. So there's a lot of benefits that can be derived as we move forward with the plan that's before you, including, more aviation-related businesses on the airport in time.
In terms of the T hangar usage, one of the things, and was one of the questions I sent, could you talk about the demand for T hangar usage specifically at the airport?
I would say not just specifically to our airport, but to every airport person I have been talking to over the last couple of years. There are always wait lists for T hangars, and we are definitely not without that. In fact, we just called through ours over the last year, cleaned it up, took people off the list, and we're still sitting at over 40 interested parties for T hangars, and we're completely full and have been for years. So that being said, looking at ways in which to generate the revenue to pay for debt that would have to be issued, which would be general fund debt, don't make it likely unless there's a private party willing to come in and work with us on that. So that's kind of where we're sitting on that side of things, but there's definitely demand for that here and in the region as well.
And kind of ballpark, I mean, what does someone pay when they run out a T hangar?
I think they run around 300 and something a month here, as I recall. I don't know exactly the number on the 300 side, but that's where they're at. And we're actually, we just entered into an agreement with an appraisal company, and they'll be actually reappraising all of our leased properties at the airport so that we can start updating those leases to get them to the standard that they need to be at for comps. So we did the T hangars within the last couple of years, but it's time to do them again.
Gotcha. One of the questions I had also asked too is the airport in the black, and what is that? What's the plan to get it to that?
Well, it is always the hope that your airport operates at a break even. Okay, so we've actually done pretty well here for a long time, but there has been significant drawdown of those funds in the last couple of years. So that is part of the reason that I'm pushing really hard for us to get our leases updated and get our values up to where they need to be on some of the ones that are coming up. We have several that are turning now. They're kind of at the end of their lease tenure, so it's just a very opportune time for us to do that as we're needing to generate more revenue. And the other thing that I'll be bringing before you guys is a few fees over the next while. Nothing crazy at this point, but there are some things that we can be charging to neutralize costs that we have to do on our end for operations, which is something the FAA strongly encourages airport owners to do. And one of those is charging for the appraisals that we have to do that, readjustment of the values, and then also looking at any other costs that we have with issuing new leases.
I think I'm good for now.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, please, thank you. How much of a budget deficit do we typically have, and for how long? I mean, have we just been in the red, which is fine, but what are we talking here?
Well, the last couple of years, there's been a transfer from the general fund. I think this last year was around $325,000. My goal is to eliminate that with the work that we're going to be doing over the next year or 2 years. So that's the goal. we're not there yet. It's been a little more challenging than I was hoping, but we'll get there.
Sure. And we had a developer 3-4 years ago that gave a site plan. They wanted to do some building out there. I've seen some correspondence, and it was stated in open meeting last week that we missed out on an opportunity. I think staff could probably maybe help highlight why that never came to fruition, because obviously we could use some revenue out there. So I know there is a facet of some legality stuff that's been going on out there, but I think there were some other issues. I mean,
Well, I would say that one of the primary issues that's held us up on a few different items is, one, we have some leased land out there that is still under lease, and several of the individuals that have been interested or expressed interest in development out there have also tried to use that same parcel that they did not have control over, so that obviously doesn't work very well. The other part was this master plan that we're here talking to you about tonight. Very critical element in deciding sort of what was the next step, and we were definitely well past the 10-year time horizon on that, so we were trying to complete that as well.
and I appreciate that. Obviously, we want to have our ducks in a row before we start doing anything. I'm a big advocate of that. But should we have told this developer, hold off, we're going to do a master plan and not let them do all the work that they did?
I can't comment on that, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I have right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. We'll open up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back for discussion and vote. Would anyone like to make a public comment on this layout plan? Okay. Anyone online?
No?
It's flying right over our heads.
Wow.
Bring it back to us. I guess I spent some time on the MPO, and I think of this plan a lot like the MPO. Like, you just have to get everything out there, because you can't ever consider anything if it's not out there. But it doesn't mean you're going to do all of those things, and any of those things have to come back to us. So it's a pretty ambitious layout, but it also lasts for many years. So certainly I think we have a lot of great things that can happen out of the airport. So I'll support this layout and look forward to it coming back from the FAA and finalizing that kind of vision that you were talking about and deciding what the next steps are. So
Yeah, I'll support this too. And I'm sorry, Melissa, can I ask one more question? Melissa, can I ask one more question? I'm sorry. You had mentioned that the federal delegation was there. I know that Senator Moran is, the head of the FAA, in the Senate.
Yep.
How do we work with him, especially in Northeast Kansas, or can we work with him on stuff like this?
Oh, absolutely. So this would be, we could work with him on congressionally directed spending for the airport. Certainly, if we needed support on any grant application to the FAA, he would be the one that we would want to contact with. And I've had conversations with him when this was coming up, right as I was starting to work with Scott Wagner, our former airport manager. So definitely he's there, he's an advocate. He obviously has a high-ranking position within the Senate as it pertains to the FAA.
Yeah, I mean, they did amazing work up at Atchison for the Amelia Earhart Museum up there and everything like that, and the way they redesigned the airport. And so,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, anything that our delegation can do to help.
And I'll say I have been to 2 meetings that Senator Moran attended at the airport, and he's a big supporter of the airport. And I think he also is looking forward to having this master plan done, because directing the money through the FAA also needs to have this master plan done so they can approve some of the things. So
Yep.
I know he's a big supporter of the airport. So hopefully good things will come.
Yeah, at our last meeting to Washington, we met with all of our representatives and made this a key point of our asks from the federal government, because there's not a whole lot of things they can do for us through asks, and this is one that they can actually make a difference. And I think we did our best job of asking for whatever money we could get, especially given the condition that the airport was in during our ask. So you can only ask so much when you're on kind of uneven ground based on our legal status at the time. But we made sure that they knew that it was a serious thing, and we wanted to really emphasize the use of the airport and try to improve it as much as possible. But, there's also geographic, constraints that we can't get around. So we can't turn it into something much bigger, but we can certainly make a much better use of it, and I think maybe a better job of generating more revenue. And that's why I think we've got our hands around it, and I think I'm going to be in favor of moving forward with this.
No other comments? I look for a motion.
Motion, sorry, let me scroll down real quick. Motion to approve the airport master plan's airport layout drawing for submission to the Federal Aviation Administration for airspace review.
Second.
Second, motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. That brings us to agenda item 2, which is also about the airport and about 2 subcommittees.
Yeah, I have no further comments other than what was in the council or commission action form. So if you have questions, please, I stand here to answer them.
And maybe I'll ask Sherry just to remind us about the fact that we now approve subcommittees.
That's right. It's actually city code, part of what you all adopted when we did the restructuring, and it also, I believe, is required by statute now, which has been a change since we did it, that subcommittees need to be open, and that's just similar to your meetings, but our code says that you all need to approve the formation of a subcommittee by any of your advisory boards.
I think that's the first one we've had asked, so
That's right.
thank you to the Aviation Committee for being first. Okay, any questions for Melissa or questions about the report?
I don't have any problem with the subcommittees, but as it's been pointed out by staff, these are our advisory boards. I had requested that the chair be here today, which is fine. I can ask other questions, but I'm interested in knowing the roles that the advisory board play out at the airport. It was kind of, I've seen it laid out for us in some communication, but I'd also like to find out if there's anything additional. I think communicating with these advisory boards in general, at least once a year, should be done. So I will reach out to the chair again. I don't think there's anything really that you can answer, but thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I guess in terms of the capital improvement advisory subcommittee, do we know, are they going to, look at, I saw inside the document there was like the cost of the T hangars. There was one that was like $4 million, another was like 12, 15, something like that. Are they working to put together is the goal of that subcommittee to put together a recommendation for like, here's what we can do in the medium term, here's what it would cost, long term, et cetera, something like that?
And I may have Aaron Parker, who's also here with me, come up. But every year, there are a certain amount of funds set aside at the state level for airports based on kind of their status. So as a regional airport, we have a certain amount of funds allotted depending on what the state legislature is able to do. Then there's the FAA dollars that we have. So we actually put together a plan on the staff side. And what we've done traditionally with this group in particular is run those past them and also take the time to explain sort of how the dollars that we have can be utilized in the most efficient way. Frequently when Aaron's the most recent airport engineer on my team. Frequently, we will have to combine more than one grant to achieve a capital project. So it may take us a couple years to queue stuff up because we've got to get the right combination of funds available in the right order. So it's a communication conversation with the subcommittee, who then can have a better understanding, not only to share with the board, the Aviation Advisory Board as a whole, but also with airport users if questions come up.
And I love the idea of the events planning. I've been to pancake breakfast and stuff like that at regional airports. Kids love it. My kids loved it. They love like going in planes and all that type of stuff. So I would love to see more stuff like that at the airport.
And that is part of the mission of airports under FAA, if you start reading, is that they are to interact and engage with their community. Our group has traditionally done an aviation youth camp, but they've been hosting a United Way Hangout at the Hangar event that some of you may have been to. But they would like to get into doing more stuff with the new general manager that we're currently recruiting. And their goal is also to plan for their 100th anniversary, which is in 2029, which is a pretty big and monumental event for the airport. The other thing that we've been working through with the advisory board as a whole is a Compass Rose project, and ultimately there's going to be a few people that work on it, and so we just wanted to make sure that we could be a little more efficient with the subcommittees to kind of help ferret some of that along that wouldn't take necessarily the full board.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll open this matter up for public comment. Would anyone like to have public comment on the two aviation advisory boards, committees?
Hello, David Baston. I just want to know, are these subcommittees, or are they going to be looking at the whole picture? I'm kind of curious on why the city owns the airport and how that benefits our city as a whole. Are they going to, and like they were saying, it's been in the red forever, so why? I just don't understand why, if it doesn't benefit the city as a whole. I mean, I would bet 95% of the, maybe more than that, haven't even been to our airport. So how is this looking out for all of Lawrence as a whole? I mean, yeah, it's nice we have an airport, but why is the city paying for it, and why has the city been in the red all this time? Yeah, they're trying to get out of it, but why don't we sell it to someone that can take on those responsibilities? They're just questions. I don't know if you've asked yourselves or if they're just stupid questions, but I mean, I'm looking out for the whole city as a whole, and how does that benefit all of the taxpayers that are paying this money out? Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Patrick Ross, 66049. I think planes pollute the environment, specifically private planes. I think it's a gross negligence and waste of resources that affects our community. And since we're in a budget deficit, I propose that every private plane that flies through Lawrence pay a local environmental tax to pay back our budgetary loss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, that brings it back. Melissa, you want to say anything about the importance of maybe Vice Mayor might want to say something too, but I'll let you go first.
I mean, to David's question, I mean, the municipal airport model, is that something that's used throughout Kansas? What does that look like?
Say it again.
It's the municipal airport model that, I see benefit in it, but if David asked you that question about, why isn't it private? Why is it public? Like, how would you answer that?
Right. I can answer that to the best of my abilities. So the system that was established by the federal government related to airports has kind of evolved since around World War II. And so that's evolved through several different agencies and departments of the federal government. But it's basically seen in the nation's interest to have a strong system of regional and local airports throughout the country. On the capital side, I'll just make very clear, we fund these primarily off of a 90-10 model with federal funds. So most of the funding is not coming locally. It's coming from the federal government through the FAA or through congressionally designated spending, the old earmarks system. The model is for us to be neutral, so no impact on the local property taxpayers, which I'm very sensitive to. So I hear you, and I'm going to fix it. So that's where we're headed. And that that system was originally kind of intended for national defense, but now it's seen not only that, but also for economic development. There is quite the generation of economic activity out there at the airport on a daily, weekly basis. We have one company that's globally recognized that's headquartered out at our airport. So they have, they're under 50 employees, but they're getting close to having that many, and they're in Douglas County exclusively for at least their headquarter operations, but they are in Canada and Japan as well. So there's a lot of good paying jobs that can be associated with the airport as well. So it is an economic engine for us. I did share a couple weeks ago just on game days, like the economy of what we have coming in. Those people purchase fuel, they purchase other things in town, and we're trying to be able to further capture those folks and get them to stay and play a little longer.
Okay, any other comments? I'm glad we are bringing this forward, and I do agree that, I think it's important for us, especially obviously under our ordinance, but when we adopted the ordinance, to approve these subcommittees. So, but I think these are two good subcommittees, and I understand what they're trying to accomplish, and I support those. Other comments, motions?
There's an airport economic impact report that's pretty interesting out on KDOT's website.
Yep.
Just for an FYI.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve two subcommittees for the Aviation Advisory Board, Capital Improvement Advisory Subcommittee, Advanced Planning Subcommittee.
Second?
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Brings us to regular agenda item 3, which is related to the Reuter Organ Building redevelopment project, and coming back to us on second reading. Brandon?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This item we had originally had scheduled for the consent agenda. We are prepared to give the full presentation of the cost benefit and but-for analysis, as well as a presentation on the project. I just want to check with the Commission that that's the expectation. I don't want to retread ground if you feel like you're just want to get to questions.
Well, you might just remind everyone why it's what we've done and how it got here,
Yep.
why it's back on our agenda anyway.
So this is, we've been working on this particular project, and it tends to be the nature of some of these incentive packages. They require multiple public hearings. This is one with a neighborhood revitalization area, NRA, that actually requires participation by not just the city, but the county and the school board. So we've been going through that process of gaining approvals. The City Commission back in September took first action on this item and approved a IRB granting a sales tax exemption on eligible construction costs. Also gave preliminary approval, adoption of first reading to the CID and NRA ordinances as well. The NRA is a neighborhood revitalization area that will grant a 95% property tax abatement over 15 years for the project. The CID is a 22-year, 2% additional sales tax capped just over $3 million. So whichever comes first, the time or the money, that will go back to reimburse the developer for eligible costs. So that's the incentive package, the IRB sales tax exemption, NRA, and CID. So this is supporting our neighboring property, the former historic Reuter Organ building, and rehabilitating that and putting it to commercial and potentially some residential activity.
And then I think you said this, but just to be clear, the county then approved it.
Yes, sir.
Then the school district recently approved it, which is why it's back on our agenda now, because we couldn't give it final approval until those two bodies had done
Correct.
so.
That's correct.
Okay.
So like I said, we're prepared to give the full presentation if that would be helpful, or just stand for questions.
Yeah, so I pulled it, and the reason I pulled it is if 3 months ago I wouldn't have voted for this, and I'm just going to abstain on the vote tonight, because obviously there's a lot of stuff that's already in motion with the city, with the school, with the county. I just didn't want this to go through on the consent agenda with me saying a yes, so I'm just going to abstain on this. And just the reason is, over the last, week, in the last meeting we had with Susie, the property tax to utility, to the commercial rate is 75 to 25. And so I hope that we can, as a commission, work together to try and figure out something really similar to what the catalyst plan does. That catalyst plan is, 50% right out of the gate, or 70 if you do lead silver. So rather than have something that is extremely high for 95% property tax abatement, to try to come up with something that actually moves the needle in the other direction from 75-25 to something that is closer. Obviously, it's take a long time to get there, but something that is closer to 60 to 40, because to me, that would be property tax relief for people in town. And so I also just wanted to throw that out there. If other commissioners are interested in having those discussions, that is definitely something I am interested in. So for this one, I will be abstaining, and I don't need a full presentation.
Okay. I do want to come back and talk about the abstaining thing for a second in a minute, but I'll make sure is there any other questions on that? On this one.
And I would just note that Tom Calico, the city's financial advisor from Baker Tilly, is here. The but-for analysis really does speak to the need for the incentives in order to achieve a reasonable rate of return on the project. So if that would help the commissioners in their discussion, like I said, we're happy to go through that.
Yes, Tom, let's hear from you.
Excellent.
Good evening. Tom Calico with Baker Tilly, city's economic development financial advisor. Is somebody going to pull up the presentation, or do I need to?
Oh, Kurt's got it.
Awesome. Other one.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. All right, great. All right. So I'll skip, if I can, fairly quickly through. Let's see.
Tom, you might put that in your presentation.
Okay, I'm good now.
There you go.
Okay, I'll skip fairly quickly through the preliminaries here, just refresh memory for the benefit of the audience. The project in hand is restoration of the historic Reuter building and its companion building, the Little Red building. You can see the years that these were built. These are really old buildings. Reuter building actually precedes the 1900s, 1882, and then Little Red at the beginning of the 1900s. Building's been vacant since 2001. They did suffer a catastrophic failure back in 2023, which that's the work you've been seeing, and that has stabilized the building. This is the sources and uses for the project. I'll point out a couple of things that I think are noteworthy. One is the amount of both federal and state tax credits that this project will receive. Makes up a big part of their budget. With the balance coming from private sources, construction loan, and owner equity. On the uses, the thing that stands out here is the construction. It's the vast majority of this is construction. It's a very expensive project, as we'll touch on earlier, or touch on here in a moment. But it, largely because it has, it's a very old building. It's going to take a great deal of care, and there are historic requirements that will have to be met. The requested incentives, as was alluded to earlier, neighborhood revitalization area for 95% tax abatement for 15 years. The city, school district, and county would all participate in that. Noteworthy, the school district's capital outlay levy is not captured. So the school district would receive its capital outlay levy on this. Also, because of the way the state distributes the 20 mills for schools, the school district is held harmless. It's eligible for NRA largely because of the building deterioration and the obsolescence. Community Improvement District, 2% add-on sales tax. So this is an additional sales tax to what's already charged in Lawrence. To fund 1.25 million. You'll note that the CID documents allude to a $3 million cap. That was put in at the request of the applicant, and I'll touch on that later. But it basically right now we're projecting, based on the plan for the building, that the CID would generate about 1.25 million, but this gives them a higher ceiling if the project is more successful than what's originally what's thought at this time. And then there's a sales tax exemption on construction materials through the issuance of industrial revenue bonds, and that would save the project about $360,000. Most of that impact coming outside of Lawrence because it has to do with where the materials are sourced. Okay, the but-for analysis is, I know, what you wanted to hear mostly about. The but-for analysis is basically intended to answer the question, but for these incentives that I just touched on, but for those incentives, would the project likely happen? I want to point out it's not a feasibility study. We're assuming that the applicant has gone through their due diligence and determined whether the project is, can capture market share in the current market. And as with any financial forecast, the actual results, of course, can vary. All right. Here's our approach. First, we get a project pro forma from the applicant. We evaluate first the applicant's projected costs. So are the costs reasonable? We also do the same for the revenues. We then consider a hypothetical sale of the asset, typically in the 10th year. Why do we do that? It doesn't necessarily mean that the applicant intends to sell it in the 10th year, but what we're working towards is calculating what's called an internal rate of return, which is the gold standard for measuring the profitability of real estate investments. And in order to do that, you have to establish a value for the asset. And the way it's typically done is through this hypothetical sale in the 10th year. We then determine that internal rate of return without an incentive. So we're focusing right on, could the project make it on its own without the incentive? So that's why we look at the internal rate of return without an incentive. And we compare that to like projects in the marketplace. We're very fortunate in that we have access to the PricewaterhouseCoopers investor survey. It's a survey of investors quarterly that asks investors, okay, what is the return that you would need to receive in order to make it worthwhile for you to invest your money in a real estate project? So we're able to compare the return without an incentive to the investor survey. So let's go through our analysis. So remember, the first thing we looked at is costs. We looked at the acquisition cost, and that was about $12 a square foot. We were able to evaluate this based on the CoStar real estate system. That showed that the market cost for, in this trade area is $181 to $806 a square foot. Obviously, $12 a square foot is a whole lot less than that. The answer, why, is pretty obvious. This building is in very poor shape, right? This is going to be a huge investment to bring this building back. So not too surprising that the cost of acquisition was low. We looked at the rehabilitation cost, and we access the RS Means construction estimator. It's not a great source for what we're looking at here. This is a very unique project, but just to give us some sense of reasonableness, we looked at, okay, so what would it cost to build a like building in the Lawrence market? That's $206 versus the applicant's $286. It gives us some sense that, okay, this is, that $286, certainly not an unreasonable number. The developer fee is 7.67% of the total project cost. The industry average is 5 to 10%, so we found that reasonable. Similarly, for the soft costs, 7.75%, which is also lies within the 5 to 10% reasonable range. We did make a couple of adjustments here to the applicant's pro forma. We modified the assumed vacancy from 7% to 2.7%, which is reflective of the current market in Lawrence. They had used an annual growth rate of costs at 2%, which we felt was reasonable. Turning now to the revenues and the hypothetical sale, there are two main sources of operating revenue to the project, residential rents and commercial rents. For the residential portion of the project, they assumed a revenue of $2.10 per square foot. That compares to CoStar's data of $129 to $174, so a little bit higher than what we saw in the market. Here, we didn't suggest an adjustment because this, assuming higher, actually potentially overstates the return. It doesn't understate the return, and understating is what we're really probably more protecting against. So we just note that that potentially overstates the return. On the commercial side, they had assumed $6 to $27 a square foot, depending on the location of the building. That's an average of $16.94. From CoStar, the market is about $16.84, so pretty much right on the money there, so we found that to be reasonable. A couple of other minor adjustments we made. Again, we modified the vacancy assumption downward from 7% to 3.7%. The annual growth rate at 2.5% was a little high, but again, this potentially overstates the return, so we didn't modify it. And then the terminal capitalization rate for the hypothetical sale, which is a measure, of market risk. We actually increased that from 7% to 8% based on what we're seeing in the market and given the risk level of the project. All right, so final result. On this graph, you'll see the shaded gray area represents the upper and lower bounds of that PricewaterhouseCoopers investor survey that I spoke about earlier. So what that shows is for a project like this in the current market, investors are looking for an internal rate of return of 7.25% to 11%. Without an incentive, this project's negative. It doesn't even show up on the graph. With an incentive, it's a 1.34%. And even if they were able to hit that $3 million CID, it still doesn't bring the project return up into the market range. So with that, we conclude that the project is not likely to happen without the incentive. And I always like to step back and, okay, these are great, we get down into the minutia, but what's the big picture? And the big picture is this project is extremely challenged. We've got a high level of building deterioration. There are historic preservation requirements that are going to increase the cost, and we're currently in an elevated cost of capital. So I'll stop there and respond to any questions you might have.
For public consumption, if we don't go through with this project, which it's obviously going to go through, but what would happen, right? We're doing a lot of this for historic preservation. I'm assuming we want to revitalize this neighborhood, which is very important to the community. If this project is not done, what will happen? Will we demo the building?
Well, with the mayor, with your and the commission's permission, I'd like to ask the applicant to respond to that, because I think they would be able to give you a better answer than I could.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Matt Gilhausen, the building owner.
Hi.
Thanks for giving me an opportunity to answer your questions. I think the answer to that is that the building would need to be raised at some point if the rehabilitation isn't completed. We have a partially stabilized building that, I think we'd have to lose that historic resource. I'd like to also just point out that we've done several historic preservation projects around town. The Silas and Maddie's building is a good example. The 901 Delaware building in East Lawrence that used to be kind of a demolition sort of auto repair shop, very blighted. We did the Caramello tortilla building, investing heavily in one of our local businesses that has now outgrown our space and is creating jobs and is being celebrated throughout the East and West Coast for the quality of their tortillas. We have the 846 Penn building, which is on the other side of the street at the very end of, down the street from LBC, Lawrence Beer Company.
That's another historic preservation project, national and state historic federal tax credit project that we have a local hair salon moving in there. One of our local architecture firms is growing and is moving into the building there as well. 401 Elm in North Lawrence. I live in North Lawrence. There's an old broom factory that was we restored over the last couple of years. Sabatini Architects are there, and another local business. So I only bring that up to say that I'm not your traditional developer. This isn't a money grab. I've done all these other projects without the support of the city. I've done a market rate because we thought we could. And in this particular instance, this project is just too big for me to do myself without the help of the city and the county and the school district.
Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on this item?
Yes, David Baston. I'm kind of in opposition of this project. It's seems to me like just another unnecessary handout for a for-profit developer, essentially bailing out a bad investment at the city's expense, or city, county, and school district's expense. There's no clear plan, despite approval last year. The incentives like industrial revenue bonds and historic tax credit, and developer admits doesn't have any tenants lined up for the luxury apartments or retail or hotel or whatever it's going to be, because it's not specific right now what it's actually going to be. The building's been vacant for years. They bought it in, 22? It needs over $15 million worth of rehab. These incentives erode our tax base. A 15-year, 95% property tax abatement diverts millions from schools, roads, and services. The 22-year, 2% CID sales tax reimbursement up to $3 million is more of a cost. Kansas audits, Pew Charitable Trust studies show these deals rarely create net jobs or growth. They just reward marginal projects. Just like you've heard, there's approving this sets a dangerous precedent for more giveaways. Let the project stand on its own merits, which they've already expressed that I don't think it can. It won't. I urge you to vote no and prioritize fiscal responsibility over developers' interest. And I did go down to the school board to talk about this, and they don't have public comment anymore, so they got rid of it. So I couldn't speak on it. So neither could anybody else that would have happened to oppose it. So I just ask that you take those words into consideration, and yeah, I don't know what you could come up with other than I personally think it's just bailing out a bad investment. Thank you.
Any other comment in the room? How about online?
Yes. Risa Williams?
Hi, I just wanted to kind of echo what David Baston just said. I don't think it's a responsible idea. You're going to hear this later in the meeting, but we need affordable housing. We need to put that extra money that we would be using for projects like this. We need to invest that into our city for our people who need affordable housing. I just think it's another big money grab. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
That's it.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission for comments. I'll say something, I did point this out to the vice mayor, that technically under the rules, you're not supposed to abstain unless you have a conflict. So.
I don't own that building, yes.
But you can express why, if you vote no, you've already said that, so I think that's fine and on the record. Obviously, I guess I will just say quickly, I mean, I supported this when it originally came through, and I support it now, and of course had to see if the city and the county and the school district supported as well, and they did. I'm a believer that, if this project, if we don't pass this project and we tear the building down, there's no, much property tax and no sales tax being generated from an empty lot. So I do not see it as a giveaway. I see it as maximizing, bringing revenue into the city and preserving an historic building in our important downtown. To me, the Reuter building is a very important building, and even the Little Red is, and it's long been blighted, and I'm glad it never got torn down. I'm glad that Mr. Gilhousen is trying to save it, and appreciate supporting this, and I think in the long run, this will be very beneficial to the city, and for our entire community. Any other comments? Or
I'm just going to say I'm glad it didn't fall down, because that was really what was in its future if you were truly paying attention, and I appreciate the money and effort put into trying to preserve that building. It was one of the largest employers in Lawrence for many years, and it's on the corner of one of the busiest streets in town as far as historic preservation and renovation goes. I feel like it's a natural progression of the rejuvenation of downtown, and more importantly of a part of a community that's been sitting derelict for years and years, including the Lawrence Journal World building, including this building, and then, of course, the cable building, which has been renovated and redone and rejuvenated. So really, we've got a lot going on in this block. If we can get that building going, it's going to really be a beautiful bookend on that street, and I'm in favor of moving forward with this as I was before.
any other comments?
I'll just add to the conversation that the Vice Mayor brought up. What the NRA provides for us, which is via state statute. This all started in 2017 when our federal government instituted opportunity zones. And so we're now in the process of transitioning into OZ 2.0. And so the Reuter building sits in the approved opportunity zone area that was approved by the governor in 2017. And so by being in that census tract, it has the ability to utilize this state level incentive that we created a plan on how we would operate it. And so we've had several projects come up with NRAs that have been within the Opportunity Zone District that we can't say no to, because it was the very thing that we advocated for as a local government, to say that we will use this tool, this incentive tool, to invite developers, public, private, whatever you want to do based on the plan that we created to do these things, and we utilize that. Where the charge comes from us is we decide the terms of the agreement of 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, anywhere from 55 to 95 or 100%. So that's where we put the guardrails on with the information that we get as it relates to the but-for analysis. We had that with the Borders building where they came with one thing and we decided on another. Other projects, not so much. But that authority lies in us. We can't, essentially, you can't tell someone that we're not going to give you this incentive package, even though they're making the investment in that. That's the tool that we have for us. It's a mutually beneficial tool. And with some of the changes that have been done on the federal level, which I have strongly advocated for, is that we've opened up the opportunity zone regulations to be more inclusive to housing residential projects and affordable housing projects, because there are many communities that don't look like us, that look like they have more people that look like me in them, that did not benefit from developers who came in and essentially gentrified them out of their own community. I don't want to see that here in Lawrence. So to your point about, you wanted to see something with the NRA kind of look similar to what we do with the Catalyst program, which I think something this commission has talked about for the last 3 years. And I think, and I would be more than happy to discuss this with you, of what particularly would you want those parameters to look like, because we have so much leeway based on state statute. But there are some things I think we can explore, and I think with the correct charge to staff, we can go down that path if that is something that we have a consensus on. But I don't want to tell staff, bring me back something. I don't like doing that. If I'm going to have staff create a solution, I need to give them some scope on what that solution should look like. So if that's something that you want to venture in, let's do some of the groundwork of looking at what that could look like, and not just say, I want this to look like this, and not give staff a framework on how to do that. So, I mean, for what we've seen with the but-for analysis, does it need it? It definitely does. It's a reinvestment. It's a redevelopment tool that's available to us, similar to what we want to do with affordable housing. We have to have these tools. It's not at the expense of the people, because we're still collecting property tax. We're just not getting the net difference for 15 years. But once after that, it's going to come on. So it's almost like a little bit of delay. It's almost like when you get a credit card and it's like no interest for the first 6 months. So you can balls out for the first 6 months, and you better make sure you got that first payment plus when it comes back. So these are all incentives that we all participate in. Yep. It's just we're doing it on a bigger platform now. So I appreciate, the applicant coming. I do appreciate us revisiting this so that you have that background knowledge and understanding that we have. But this is a tool that's being used, and it's being used right. Someone who is a staunch opponent at one point of opportunity zones, if I can get on board with this and know what my authority is, and then I hope most of us can become a little bit more comfortable around it and be able to utilize our authority in a way that we can to make this mutually beneficial for everyone. So, thank you. I do appreciate the presentation.
Yep, I appreciate the applicant coming too, and yeah, I look forward to continuing that conversation.
I would struggle very, very hard with this. My vote will not make a difference, so yay. I am all about preserving our history. It is something that I cherish very much. The only thing, and I'm very glad that Commissioner Sellers talked about those things, taking advantage and being able to rehabilitate this part of our community is very important, I think, in preserving the character of the community. The 95% 15-year hurts my feelings, but I know I'm not going to affect the vote, and honestly, I don't want to impede it. But I would look forward very much to exploring incentives that are not 95% in 15 years. We do need to get revenue generated, and that 75-25 ratio is not good. It's put us in this position as far as incredibly high or higher residential property tax. So that's all I'm going to say. I think I'm going to vote in favor of it solely because of the historic part of it. So that's just a little explanation.
Okay, appreciate that. I think we have 2 actions to take. Sounds like everyone's spoken. Do we have 2 different motions?
Move we adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10-161, establishing the NRA and adopting the NRA plan, and authorize the city manager to execute an NRA cooperative agreement with Douglas County Government and Lawrence Public Schools.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Devil. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Second motion?
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10162, authorizing the creation of a Community Improvement District, CID, and authorizing the additional 2% sales tax.
So second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you all very much. That brings us to regular agenda item number 4, which is related to a change to the Trek Design Group related to the Massachusetts Street 14th to 23rd. Aaron?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Parker. I'm a senior project engineer with Municipal Services and Operations, and I am the project manager for the Massachusetts Street 14th to 23rd Street Multimodal Improvements Project that's currently in design. On consent, I had placed an amendment number 5 for additional design scope. That was moved to regular agenda, and I am happy to discuss the item.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron.
I think you moved it.
I'm sorry. You responded right to the email questions. Thank you very much. That was comprehensive and very helpful.
You're welcome.
For public consumption, can we just talk about 5 amendments? 5 amendments, depending on the project, isn't necessarily the end of the world, but it gives me pause. So it may give other folks pause as well. So can you walk through that?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
I appreciate you bringing that up. Most projects, linear road type corridor projects, have a task order with an on-call consultant, and then an amendment for pre-design, an amendment for design, and an amendment for construction engineering services. So typically there will be a couple amendments. In this case, we had a task order for pre-design and then an amendment when we got into pre-design. Amendment number 1 was for additional community engagement. We realized during the community engagement process that there was additional need to go back to the community and explain the project very thoroughly because there was a lot of interest. We had quite a few people come to the community engagement, public open houses. And amendment number 2 was simply the design contract, essentially. And then amendments 3 and 4 were some small progressive adjustments that we made during the design phase to bring in some corridor approach efficiencies. We already needed to replace the traffic signals at 19th and Mass. We didn't realize that during the design contract. That was brought to our attention during plan review, so we added that to the project. And then amendment number 4 was for some bike lane optimization that we realized was needed. And this amendment, the subject of the agenda item, is for more value add to the project while we're in constructing, building this project. With all the grant funding that we received, we're value adding in the design additional stormwater infrastructure to handle some of the what was discovered during design. So we didn't want to overscope the project at the outset like a lot of our projects, but this project has some unique attributes and a signature corridor for the city of Lawrence. There are mature street trees the community was highly valuing during community engagement that we could not impact. That was brought to our attention as a big element, so we had to constrict the road to a certain section and things like that. So this amendment kind of continues our progressive development of the scope, as it's probably about 70%, 75% state in the design right now. So we're nearing completion, but there is one more amendment for some of this additional scope.
Okay, so we should expect another amendment, or are you feeling confident that this is it? Because we're already past, I'm used to 10% design, right? That's just what I've always heard. We're close to 14. So do we expect additional design after this amendment?
It's possible. KDOT has asked for an additional review, so we may need an additional amendment. But at that point, we would be complete with any additional needed amendments.
Is there any TIP money available for this? You know? TIP,
The
like,
Transportation Improvement Program. The project receive a state managed federal transportation alternatives grant. And I think it's I forgot the name of the program, but it's the carbon reduction program, sub-program of, I think it might be the TIP.
it sounds like it would qualify under the TIP.
We receive funds from several years of the TIP then.
And the stormwater, what happened with the stormwater that we need to amend for additional design on that?
So it came to our attention when the designer, we added 3D modeling of the outside of the roadway because integrating the bike, maximizing or optimizing, I should say, the surface of the bike lane. If we're going to build a bike lane, we need to do it correctly. And there was a narrower bike lane zone than we originally anticipated during concept design, is essentially what happened. So the consultant needed to model the bike lane, which was a reconstructed outer lane section. And when they did that, they realized that the city's own standards for ponding depth at the curb line were not being met on the section. It's fairly flat through Mass in this corridor. So we needed to add inlets at a couple of intersections and tie them down to takeaway points at adjacent intersections. And some of the, sorry to interrupt, some of the TA and funding can go towards stormwater infrastructure.
Okay, and I think one last question. I've heard both sides of the community get more bike lanes, and then we have the other side, of course, that no, we need to be able to have our cars, et cetera. What did the community engagement look like? Can you just kind of briefly summarize? Are you comfortable doing that?
Absolutely, yeah. We started out with one community engagement event where we were beginning the project-specific transportation study or traffic study, gathering data, and we let the public know about the project. We engaged them quite a bit on what the background was with the master plans, the Lawrence Bikes Plan, the Lawrence Pedestrian Plan, how this will infill missing parts of the network that some are high priority. The KDOT High Injury Network has identified this corridor in its high injury network, I should say, the vulnerable road users, HIN. And we brought them the impetus and then said, what do you see as multimodal elements that could solve some of the issues in the corridor? There's kind of curb bulb outs, on-street bike lanes, shared use paths. There's a variety of things that can be done to make the road more efficient for all road users, but also safer. Both. We heard a lot of stories from the community that live right on the corridor about people drag racing down the road, speeding, and I've driven the road and people are speeding past me on the right, so people are rushing to the next red light and they're creating an unsafe corridor for all the road users. We heard a lot of that, and then in the surveys we did, there was a lot of feedback about we want to see physically protected bike lanes in our community, like the city of Austin, Texas does, all ages, all abilities. We want to start protecting the bike lanes, and this is a multimodal project. We want to see that on this project. I heard a lot of that during the community engagement and the feedback forms. I read a lot of that. And then we came back again with options. There's the kind of business as usual. Does anyone like that? There was paint buffered bike lanes, and then there was I believe, median bike lanes. I'll have to look back and see, but it was in the approved concept study. There were 3 options. And then we heard the feedback and from the businesses, the residents, people adjacent, and people that use it as a throughput to get to Mass or to KU. And we developed the preferred alternative that we recommended in the concept study that ultimately was approved by commission, contingent on protecting the bike lanes, if I am remembering correctly, April 9th, 2024. So just a strong push to do that on this project.
I think that's all I have. I'm very grateful. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah. So, we're doing this giant project on 9th Street, which is similar, doing the three-lane configuration. And when you think of if people are coming to the Gateway Conference Center, if they're coming off 70, most likely they're going up Iowa, they're probably take 9th Street, they go that way. When people come from K10, you would think they're probably going to come from, either Iowa up or maybe 23rd to Mass. You answered the question, but this is for the community. Can you talk about that expected traffic pattern for the conference center after this configuration's in place?
Yes, so the KU Gateway project, like a lot of major projects, is required to have a traffic impact study. And those studies in the industry standard practice look at the immediately adjacent intersections as well as the nearest connecting arterial points. So that study had 2 phases, and the phase 1 had subphases for the west and north side Stadium and Convention Center, which was constructed, and then the east side was phase 1B. And then phase 2 is the hotel and student housing. So those 2 traffic studies looked at up to Iowa, to the west, and then up to 6th or 9th Street, I'm not sure, to the north, and then 19th to the south, and I believe, I'm not sure to the east, but I think it was Tennessee. And so all the major hubs of connectivity. And if those had shown levels of service that were unacceptable, they would have studied further by the industry best practice, but they didn't need to.
And then a question here, I found this interesting. The traffic studies don't typically measure bicycle usage. Is that something we're going to be able to do to say, hey, on 9th Street, we're getting X number of bikes per day in each direction? Like, how are we going to measure if the bike lanes are a success?
Right. Some communities have implemented kind of Google Waze or, aggregate data sources to say, okay, this person's riding a bike, and then cities can subscribe to those and say, okay, here's how much ridership, and we can help develop our routes in the Bikes Master Plan, that kind of thing. Those are very expensive resources for a community to subscribe to. One other municipality, I think it's North Kansas City, had used traffic counter type devices, and they found that after the project, I'm trying to remember what that study found, is something like there was an alternate alignment nearby that got X use, and they thought, oh, maybe that would be shunted to a protected bike lane that we're building, I think on Armour Road. I don't know if that sounds familiar to anybody. And it wasn't the case. Cyclists still use the other road, but people came out of the woodwork to ride on this more protected facility. So they looked at pre and post project ridership. Staff are looking at potentially technology that would analyze video and say, okay, this is a pedestrian, this is a bike, this is a car, what are the speeds and volumes? And because of the stories we heard about people speeding, we were going to see if pre and post project, if we go with this package, which we're weighing the costs of versus the benefits. If it reduces speeding, throughput is fine, which is expected to be for this kind of road conversion, and there's more bikes and peds using the facilities.
And then one other question, actually something I really do like about this is there's going to be a hawk light where Babcock Place is right now. My understanding is that light was literally installed so people from Babcock Place could go to Dairy Queens across the street back in the day. I don't know if that's true, but that was a rumor I heard. So those type of lights, because I looked at them online, I think they're like the type of ones that are connecting like South Park in between, by the gazebo and the other side of the street. You press the button, that's the only time it comes on. Is that what a hawk light is?
Yes, at 21st and Mass, there's a hawk there now. You may not have noticed it if it wasn't activated, but it's yellow, then red lights, and then it goes away, or flashes red, then goes away.
Okay.
To signal stop and go, and then goes away. For the bike boulevard coming down 21st to Mass, which is the perfect connection to the Mass Street corridor up to the downtown area. So it's bike ped only. The traffic signal at 17th and Mass was installed because of a fatality. and it was the only technology at the time. Hawks didn't exist. So we studied in our traffic study with this project whether the 17th Street met signal warrants or pedestrian warrants, and if things should stay as they were, because we had the impression from that it didn't meet signal warrants still, and that was found to be the case. Many pedestrians were crossing. I don't remember the count, but it's in the tables in the appendix of Exhibit D of the approved design study.
And so the light at Cotton's at like 19th and Mass, that's still going to be there?
Yes, we're replacing all those signals, upgrading them to the current fiber-based signals, and that'll still be there. We had considered a roundabout at 19th, and it actually improved the level of service in the current day, but in 20 years, there was too much traffic based on the growth rate in the study.
That's it for me.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Aaron, for that. This is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to make comments on the Massachusetts Street project. Seeing none, how about online?
There's none online.
Thank you very much. Bring it back to the commission for discussion or
I'm sorry.
motions.
Raised his hand right as I was saying that.
Oh.
I want to go ahead and
Okay.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. I just wanted to share some thoughts. I'm okay with this project, but I just want to say in the future there's also talk about making Tennessee and Kentucky doing those, reducing a lane of traffic on those streets and doing bike lanes on that also. And I'm against doing all of this. Like, I just wonder if Tennessee and Kentucky would be the better candidates for the bike lanes that go north and south. But if not, whatever. But I don't want you to do this and then be like, oh, but it doesn't go all the way to 6, so now we need to do Tennessee and Kentucky, because I think that's a bit much, especially when they're just so few blocks apart from each other. And here's something else I want to throw out about community feedback. Is that the community survey that you do every 4 years, usually the number one thing is about the number one topic that people want is for traffic to be getting at a reasonable rate that you can get to where you want to go. But it's just weird because the city does their own meetings and feedback gathering, and then sometimes what they get is opposite of what the community feedback survey does. And the community feedback survey it's where it's by invitation, so it's more, you got more diversity, whereas when the city does their own, I don't think they keep track of like the demographics. So I take the city's feedback gathering with a grain of salt, because I don't think they're keeping track of who's participating in the meeting. So you can have meetings where it's just a whole bunch of one type of people, and that's the group that's making the decision for the rest of Lawrence. So I just want to throw that out there. And so do what y'all have to do. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, bring it back to us. And Chris, I think our survey results, our scientific survey is coming back to us in March, I think. It's pretty much done, March or April. It's soon, so you'll stay tuned for that, Chris. You'll see those community survey results coming back in March or April. Comments or motions? Anyone?
Who spearhead, well, let me ask this. How many streets, so many questions now. Is Mass considered an arterial, a main arterial?
A minor arterial.
Minor arterial?
Right.
As well as Ninth, right?
Right.
Ninth is also a minor arterial?
Do you mean 9th in the extent of the...
Where we're going to be
watershed,
putting
right?
bike lanes?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And who spearheaded this? Was this a part of the strategic plan? I think it is, like, some way, but for this particular project, I certainly appreciate us wanting to slow down traffic where it needs to be, but I am concerned. I am concerned we've got a lot of seniors who really do need their cars, and concerned that traffic flow with the growth of the city would be hindering, right? So did city staff start this, or was it commissioners, or did we have a group of community? I know the cyclists have a great group, and they're very organized. I know they're outspoken and in favor of this, and I can certainly appreciate that. But was that how that was started?
No, it emanated from the Lawrence Bikes Plan, and I don't have the full history of how long that plan has been part of the Lawrence agenda, overall strategic plan.
Okay.
But that's something the Metropolitan Planning Organization of Lawrence Douglas County puts together for Lawrence, specifically for Lawrence. It's in a 5-year review right now. It's being amended right now, but this project is still a priority link for the bike throughput. One thing I would note as well is that when we did the traffic study, we looked at throughput for vehicles, and a 3-lane road section is designed to handle up to 25,000 vehicles per day. And Mass currently sees less than 10,000, and in 20 years expected to see less than around 13,000 vehicles per day. So
Based on our level of growth?
Based on the level of growth, right. And I believe,
Aaron,
yes.
Dave's also online and can provide the history of our city engineers.
Yeah, oh, okay. Dave Cronin, city engineer, is on the line. He may have a little more information about road design, MPO, kind of impetus for the project, and the traffic issues.
Mr. Cronin, if you want to chime in, that would be great.
Yeah, I would say it's a combination of things. It's a gap in the primary bikeway network in our bikeway plan. And so that was one of the big deals for us to try to look at how we could get a bike facility on Mass Street to start this project. And also there was, I believe it was the Barker neighborhood. It was 8 to 10 years ago, got an AARP grant, I think, to study Mass Street. And they brought in an expert and looked at different things to improve Mass Street. And one of the things back then was to look at lane reconfiguration, kind of what we're doing now. So there was also some community involvement outside the city staff that really kind of brought this project to go forward a number of years ago before it became a project in the CIP.
Okay, thank you.
And I would jump in, and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, and you mentioned this. I think one of the alternatives was, for a bike path, was to put a big bike path like we do in other places. But that, given the historic trees there, it took out all the trees, and the neighborhood did not want a bike path. I mean, and it would change the whole look and feel of the street. Is that?
That's
I
correct.
recall that.
Yeah, you're remembering correctly, and you read my mind. I was just thinking about saying that, even though it wasn't prompted. But we looked into, I think Chris Flowers may have brought up a shared use path during the community engagement process at City Commission or maybe MMTC in the past on this. And we did study putting a 10-foot wide shared use path in on one side of Mass or the other. Some at community engagement that were involved in the surveying wanted to see that, and they felt it was safer back spaced out from the traffic. But the second highest rated thing by the community was the street trees, and any widening of the sidewalk that's already there was going to be detrimental to a majority of the trees. I had the city forestry and horticulture manager at the time, and have since re-engaged the new forestry and horticulture manager to confirm. They've there's a spreadsheet of all the trees, their diameter, breast height, spacing from curb, spacing from sidewalk, species, and critical and structural root zones. And it was all marked up with, what the impacts would be. And it was going to be most of the street trees were impacted. Something the community did not want to see because yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, any other comments or motions?
Mayor, I would move to authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 5 to task order number 1 with Trek Design Group in the amount of $95,970 for the Massachusetts Street 14th to 23rd Street Multimodal Improvements Project, MS105.
So second? Okay, I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Sellers, second. Motion by Commissioner Devo, second by Commissioner Sellers. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay, passes 3-2. Thank you very much, Aaron.
Thank you, Commissioners.
That brings
Thank
us to the work session. Work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. And our work session item is to receive a presentation on A Place for Everyone, the Lawrence and Douglas County plan to end chronic homelessness. And looks like we have a big crowd here. Brandon, you kicking us off?
Yes, sir. Hello again, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. I am just going to cue this up fairly briefly with a couple of slides at the beginning. Oh, Kurt is bringing it up.
Is that the one? Because there's Jill's on here as well. This is the one that you queued up earlier.
Yeah, put Jill's on there, the one that Jill sent. Sorry, we've had a little bit of a challenge with the slide deck, and I realized when we uploaded it into our agenda software, some of the slides went blank. So we'll be working off of a different slide deck than what you'll see in the agenda packet, but it's the same one we presented to the Board of County Commissioners last week. Seems like a month ago. And we just wanted to give the same content and same presentation to each governing body, although I know this will probably be a little bit different discussion from the city perspective than what we had last week with the county commissioners. So we are actually coming up on the 2-year anniversary over the next couple months of A Place for Everyone. A Place for Everyone is our community's plan to end chronic homelessness. It is a joint city and county strategic plan with the city and county as the lead conveners. It's our strategic plan for ending chronic homelessness in the community and addressing our affordable housing and supportive housing needs. But it is also, I would say, very much a collective action plan and I think a reflection of how we tend to do things here in Lawrence and Douglas County. So what I mean by that is, first of all, it took quite a bit of time. And quite a bit of process. And second of all, we had a lot of friends involved in the planning process. And we continue to have just as many, if not more, involved in the implementation of the plan, working together. So a little bit of background, and I won't spend too much time because I'll be supported by several subject matter experts from our A Place for Everyone steering committee this evening. And I think you'll be better served by hearing their presentations from their different sections. But the background, we started back in April 2021 with a summit that KDADS, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, supported us on. And you might remember, if you reflect back into the early part of the COVID-19 pandemic in that time frame, our community, Lawrence in particular, was experiencing a significant increase of visible unsheltered homelessness, and we had done through the pandemic 2 winters of winter emergency sheltering that I think ultimately saved a lot of lives, but admittedly did not go very well, and so. We knew that, with the housing crisis that the whole country experienced, and certainly here in our community coming out of the pandemic or in the pandemic, with evictions, and you might reflect back during that time, there were state action that sort of intervened and prevented evictions because they were happening at such a high rate and creating such a public health hazard and housing crisis that even state governments across the country were getting involved in preventing landlords from being able to evict people in that time frame. So as a nation and certainly as a community, especially with the high percentage of renters, we were experiencing a lot of those pains right here in our community. And so we came together, the city manager, Craig Owens, County Administrator Sarah Polinsky, asked my colleague, Assistant County Administrator Jill Jollicoeur, and I to try to figure out what we do. And so just being, a couple of public administrator types, we thought, well, let's do strategic planning, because that's how you turn chaos into opportunity. And so that's kind of where we started off in early spring of 2021. Convened lots of parties, lots of groups, and started talking about our goals, our preferred future, and doing a lot of learning and a lot of listening. We also conducted 2 studies. One was a study led by KU CPPR, and I couldn't remember what the full name of that organization is, but it's a center at KU that specializes in public participation and research. And they did a needs assessment of our system for responding to homelessness. And the second study was a study of our supportive housing resources in the community. And both of those studies really identified a lot of gaps. And so that community input process, the learning and listening, and then those studies really laid a good foundation for what would eventually become a place for everyone, our strategic plan to end chronic homelessness. So fast forward, May 2024, I think it was, when we finally got adoption by the governing bodies. And there is a joint resolution that was adopted at that time, approving the plan and signing on to it. So the slide before you shows probably not an exhaustive list of the agency partners that are involved. They were involved both in the development of the plan, and many continue to be involved in the implementation of the plan. This is the kind of a statement of objectives for what success looks like if we are to be successful with a place for everyone. By 2028, create a system that achieves functional zero through policy, system, and environmental changes, resulting in all Douglas County residents having access to the fundamental right of safe, accessible, attainable, and affordable housing, in which homelessness is a rare and brief occurrence. A couple more slides. We try to center people in the work. And we do have many people involved in this work who do bring with them to their jobs and their volunteerism with this plan their own lived experiences in homelessness and addiction and mental health issues and other experiences. And that, I think, really does help, but it helps to be reminded of who we're doing this work for. And that way we can engage those folks in this work as well. And make sure that we are being responsible and not necessarily, people like in positions of privilege like mine, telling them what's best for them. So it's a list of people that we, in populations that we try to prioritize in the work of a place for everyone. Let's see. Jill is coming up next, and she's going to talk about the lived experience aspect. Before that, do you have any questions of me from those slides?
Yeah, I just have one question. I know when the county commissioners did this, they stopped during it. Would it be better to?
Thank you.
What would be the best way to ask questions?
Thank you. I meant to say that as we go through the slides, I think that would probably be it'd be good to ask questions because we'll move on to kind of a different discipline with each presenter. So feel free to ask questions throughout.
So, a question for me on this, about achieving functional zero. This was something that we aimed for in 2021, then 2023, we said we'd have it in 2028. Could you tell me what metrics we have that make you feel comfortable that we are going to hit functional zero by 2028?
I think if you asked anybody on the group, they'd probably give you maybe a little bit of a different answer. But we'll get to the data piece of it a little bit later. Sarah will walk us through that. Sarah Kindred from Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition, and she's our regional coordinator. They are providing the backbone not just for our community, but KSHC is actually the administrator of the continuum of care for the balance of state, which is 101 counties in Kansas. Those counties that are not part of the balance of state COC, they operate their own COCs within their counties, or they're part of the broader Kansas City. So that's a lot of additional context, but that is to say that we're using a methodology to validate data, to develop our data systems, and we're not perfect yet. But if you asked us last year, what does our data look like? We were very challenged to be able to give you a good answer on that. So we are using what is considered the national standard for best practice in our data. We have achieved quality data. I don't want to steal Sarah's entire presentation, but that does give me great confidence that we know we're much better able to evaluate the solutions, the interventions, the investments, evaluate progress, evaluate success, and understand the progress that we are making towards that goal. Functional zero in our case is a commitment. In functional zero can apply to a couple of different populations, if you will. Our commitment is to end chronic homelessness in Lawrence and Douglas County. Other communities, their functional zero goal is to end maybe veterans homelessness. So we're committed to ending chronic homelessness for the 135, I think, individuals who fall into that category. Go ahead.
I'm Jill Jolliker. I'm the Assistant County Administrator for Douglas County. I think one of the key ingredients for us reaching functional zero, especially for that chronic homeless population, is because we know many of the folks that experience chronic homelessness are going to need supportive housing. You're going to hear later in this presentation a lot about what supportive housing is, but what supportive housing is, the foundation of that is affordable housing. So we've layered this plan in a way that it's a hierarchy, and affordable housing sits at one of the top of that hierarchy, and it informs the rest of the plan. So we need to have those affordable units to then have folks housed and then provide the supportive services that go on top of it. That's a key ingredient. I also think, we stated in some of the background materials that when this plan was adopted, in many ways it was designed to be aspirational and realistic at the same time. We also acknowledged in the briefing materials that the directive to our teams was to come up with a plan and provide cost estimates. We did not have a dedicated funding source for this plan, so that remains to be a gap, and you're going to hear that's a challenge in this plan. So whether or not we hit that target of reaching functional zero, I think it's still real squishy, and this is a living document. This plan is a living document, and so when we move into the next 5-year version of this plan, which I expect we will, hopefully we will have different timelines and we'll be a lot closer to reaching functional zero. But it's real iffy at this point, and it's very dependent on the work that you're going to hear about in this plan.
Other questions for Brandon before we tease?
No, I'll have some stuff about the agency partners later, but.
Excellent. All right.
This section of the plan, originally commissioners with the City Commission and the County Commission did not see this particular section of the plan. And when you look into the detail of your packet, we gave you a full copy of the entire plan. So you can see all the details of the lived experience. Originally, when this plan was adopted, we had a section that was equity and inclusion. because if just being very candid with all the partners in the room, that attracts the wrong attention in this day and age, and we don't want to detract from all the good work that's in this plan, and we want to make sure that we continue to have the funding sources that we need that are foundational to this program, this plan being successful, that we have throughout the community. So we went back to the drawing board and we looked at some of the key recommendations that were in those 2 needs assessments that Brandon mentioned. And multiple times they mentioned that you need to look to the lived expertise that you have in your community. So the objectives that's in front of you is that we will, by 2027, establish in a place for everyone lived experience advisory board that provides clear feedback and diverse perspectives to individuals with lived experience of past or present homelessness and housing insecurity on current and proposed initiatives, programs, and policies that support ending chronic homelessness in Douglas County. So that's essentially putting together that lived experience advisory board just to serve as advisors to our steering committee and the work groups that help support this plan to make sure that we're on the right track.
So a question, so for this board, is this going to be a joint city and county board together? Is it going to sit in the city? Is it going to sit in the county?
TBD. But it will not, it will largely be under our steering committee in a lot of ways. So looking to that joint model, I don't think we intend to put too much formality around it, although we do have ideas around having bylaws, because we want this group to feel like we want them to feel that they are, that they have an important role. It will be tricky for us to figure out, what is that level of feedback and guidance? What is that role going to be? But we feel confident we can figure that out. There's examples of lived experience advisory boards all across the country, and we have partners that are willing to give us advice. Brandon mentioned this as well, but one of the things that we have going for us is that we have lived expertise in so many places in this community. We have it on teams that are working in our community. Douglas County, since 2019, Bob, the Peer Fellows Program, if you want to take a deep dive into the history of how lived expertise has been leveraged in Douglas County, it's happened, at least for Douglas County, through the Douglas County Peer Fellows Program, which my colleague will be up here later tonight talking about supportive housing. And if you ever want to take a deeper dive into that Peer Fellows Program and how that has spread throughout the community in many different ways, it's a really fascinating story. But we have lived expertise embedded in lots of teams in the community. So we have creative ways of recruiting members of this board that help us advise us in forming it and advancing it into the future. Any other questions on lived experience?
I do. I have one. Thank you.
Sure.
By the way, there are a lot of partners involved. Will adding this advisory board convolute anything, add additional voices that may confuse the overall objective?
I don't think so. So that may be me just being sunshine and bacon, but we've made it so far that I think if anything, the conflict is going to be, what we're realistically able to achieve when it comes to like wide scale changes at a community level that require candidly choices and decisions that you all make. And sometimes it's hard to wrap your brain around why we can't make more progress. But at a team level, at an organizational level, like I said, we have organizations in our community. Artists Helping the Homeless is one that comes to mind immediately. They're 100% peer-run organization. That's why they're so successful. Another great program, if any of these programs are partnerships, if you want to take a deeper dive on any of this, just make notes as we go along, and we can do deeper dives on any of this. When Brandon was talking about Built for Zero and Functional Zero, it's a whole other area I know our commissioners wanted to take a deeper dive on as well. But I think we can navigate that.
And I've been a part of multi-agency initiatives, and it is tough. It's arduous at best. And having all of those different governing bodies, really, it does make sense why things are harder to get done if you're having to come back. So anything that could mitigate progress, let's get rid of it, right? So I will constantly hey, you have that many players that many partners, communication is going to be incredibly difficult. And I have a lot of questions as that pertains, but I appreciate you answering that, and I love your optimism.
One example I would say is that, we have programs that are currently in place that were called for in this plan. And so having things that are currently happening today, having those lived advisors come alongside and like, how can we do this better? What is your perspective? I know the Lawrence Community Shelter has done a lot of that as part of, revamping that organization, that they've looked to the lived expertise, but there's programs in place and partnerships that we can look at today that's a little more straightforward. In terms of the larger goals of the plan, that will be a little trickier.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Hand it off to Leah.
Jill, real quick, just
sure.
a follow up on that. So from a governance structure standpoint, because I'm thinking about governance structures that many of us have been a part of as far as having these different advisory boards. You said that it would kind of sit under your steering committee. So without, preempting what bylaws and charter or whatnot would look like for this, is it your thought that that this lived experience, this advisory board would be more of a feed-in for the steering committee to hear things, and then you disseminate it out to the other boards that may not have the capacity to take this on? And that piece, because I'm thinking about, on the state level where I did work with our early care and education, where we had kind of like our systems group, and that systems framework group informed the regulatory group, which then informed the larger governing body pieces on things. So is that what you hope to accomplish with?
That seems more feasible. A higher level of formality that resembles some of the advisory boards that this body and county commissioner used to receiving recommendations from, and it seems like a level we're not quite ready for. But if you all would like to see value in a more formal level of advisors like that, I think we can continue to have that conversation with your colleagues at the county if you want to. But for starters, it seems more feasible to start as an advisory group to the steering committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Leah, you up next?
Leah, I don't know how to advance it.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. First off, just want to thank our partners. And I apologize. I realized that the objectives for the affordable housing section of the plan are not included in the PowerPoint. Those are in the agenda item packet. But our overall objectives for affordable housing are to increase the supply of affordable rental housing units by 1,500 new units by 2028, increase affordable home ownership units by 200, develop a 10-year affordable housing strategic plan, and establish system changes that realign power imbalances, preventing access to or development of affordable housing. And my plan was just to cover progress in terms of our strategies to achieve those objectives. So first, completed strategies. You'll see here we've completed strategy 3, 5, 8, and 9. We did end up forming a separate work group to create a community engagement plan led by some incredible community partners and Corey and her team. So the community engagement plan is for the plan as a whole. One other note that although the source of income ordinance was passed and has been enforced effectively in Lawrence in reaction to our local ordinance, the Kansas Association of Realtors sponsored House Bill 2504, and then the Senate introduced a companion bill, SB 391 that would stop cities from limiting a landlord's ability to refuse to rent to somebody because they receive housing assistance, including housing vouchers and veterans benefits. Both bills have passed through committees and have been sent with a recommendation for approval. These would preempt our local ordinance, which has already been successful in helping voucher holders obtain housing. And my understanding is that if those bills pass, that our local ordinance would no longer be enforceable. In terms of ongoing strategies, provide grant subsidy for new units. This is ongoing every year. This is something that the city does to achieve our goals. We did develop a new progress dashboard to show our progress towards our goals and have listed some examples of completed projects in the last couple years. Strategies in progress and advancing. Strategy number 4, establishing tenant right to representation, has been introduced to the county, and while an ordinance is still being considered, a potential limited pilot program was recommended and is under consideration. In terms of Plan Strategy 6, establish a vacant structure ordinance. The ordinance draft is prepared and is under legal review, and staff is hopeful that that will come before the governing body early this year. For Plan Strategy 7, staff provided the initial draft for your feedback. We're working on changes to the draft based on that feedback and anticipate bringing that back for further consideration in early 26. Strategies that are in progress and advancing. Just a couple notes. Habitat for Humanity is leading Plan Strategy 12, and the Affordable Housing Study is laying the foundation for Plan Strategy 10. In terms of Plan Strategy 13, we made progress in recruiting new affordable housing developers, and that will also be an iterative process, but we will continue recruiting new affordable housing developers with the aspiration of recruiting an additional CHOTO to our community. Upcoming, the following strategies are priorities for 2026, with this work primarily being advanced through the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. And in terms of our challenges, our primary challenges have been around human and fiscal resources. Our goals and metrics were established based on assumed additional resources to support the plan and based on affordable housing development that was occurring during the years of the plan's development, where we were seeing a lot of new affordable housing activity. At that time, we were also supported through diversified funding streams. However, since the plan's adoption, resources for affordable housing have been reduced on the state and local level, stalling progress. Updates to our plan output goals will be developed once we have the results of the affordable housing study so that our plan can be guided by great up-to-date data. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
So, question for me. You know, we talked about 2 years away from being functional zero for homelessness, but how are we tracking on, okay, so in the middle of the year, we'll have a better idea about like what the affordable units are, what that looks like. Do you have a kind of like rough estimation of how many more we'll need to be able to build or to have developers build to be able to reach that functional zero based on housing?
Well, so one of the data points that the study will give us is the number of units that need to be developed by AMI bracket. What we do know so far is that to meet expected population growth, we need to build an additional estimated 6,300 units in the next 10 years. That represents a little over 2,000 for sale units and about 3,400 rental units. So an average of 632 units per year. In the last 5 years, building permits have slowed. We have 270 single and 230 multifamily building permits issued in the last few years on average. So that sort of shows the disparity in what we are building and what we need to build to meet population growth and current need.
And the housing study will help give us some of those numbers. The original plan was 1,500, and I think we funded 1,100 of the 1,500 in the original plan with a couple of years to go. Is that about right?
That's correct, yeah. 1,500 rentals and 200 ownership units were the original goals, which is sort of on par with what we're seeing actually needs to be built, but we'll have better solid data once we get the results of that study.
Leah, on your slide, you mentioned that some of the challenges are additional resources and diversification of such resources. So knowing that we don't have the study, we don't have the final data from the study, but going based on what we've seen in national news and stories around all municipalities that are dealing with affordable housing shortages, what are some of the contributing factors to some of those things, and why certain municipalities struggle with getting ahead of their number? Our magic number is 6,800. Others is way greater, and some are less. But what are some of what you see in research? I know what I see, but I'd be curious to know what are you seeing as far as some of the roadblocks?
Housing development, affordable housing represents a complex interweaving web of factors. So certainly local policy, including, land development code, building code, land availability, which is absolutely a factor in Lawrence, is that we have land scarcity. We're running out of room that's good for housing development to build. Public will is certainly a factor. Funding on the local, state, and national levels. And income is another factor in terms of, affordable housing is the intersection of income and housing costs. While housing costs have about doubled since the pandemic, income growth has not kept pace. I think I don't want to give a misrepresentation of the growth, but I think it's only been 3% locally.
Kind of a question, kind of a statement, but I'm a big data guy, so I really like the website that talks about all the different the tracking all our progress. And one of the things I think, I mentioned earlier that we've funded, total units funded 1,102, but of those, only 424 are complete. Many of those are either in pre-development, under construction, or in process, and 523 are in process. So when we think about where we can be a year or two from now, we're going from 424 complete with, in 2 or 3 years, we'll have another 600 or 700, more than double what we have of affordable units in the ground, and those are in process and funded. I guess that's what gives me some hope that we can move forward on some of our goals. Now, functional zero is a big goal, but I think, as Jill said, we need those units in place. We need those units in place, completed, and people living in them if we're going to have any chance.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I really appreciate about the new dashboard is that you can also filter by the number of new units by AMI level. And, affordable housing advances many city goals. It's not just in regards to ending chronic homelessness. It also advances economic development. So we have a range of housing that we need to build. But if you see in terms of meeting the goals for this plan, it's really the 0 to 30% AMI that are going to help us achieve the goals in this plan. And those are the units that we're really stalling progress on because they require just deep, deep subsidy.
And I did notice that that chart says there's 82, the chart that shows the breakdown,
Yes.
are those, do we know how many of those 82 are actually completed and open? Because this, I think, is the total funded amount, not the ones completed.
That's correct.
You
And
know how much of the 80, not to put you on the spot
I
here.
apologize, I don't have the exact number. I'm happy to get back to you on that. But I know that one of the projects that represents that number looks like it may not move forward or has stalled, the Burton Ash project. And then while another one is almost complete, the DECA project. So, so not all are completed yet. Most will be by the end of this year.
Thank you. Any other questions for Leah before we move to the next section?
I like the dashboard too.
Yeah.
Thanks, me too. It's so pretty, isn't it? It's so awesome. Our GIS team is really awesome. Just want to plug them.
Bob, are you next? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bob Tryansky, Director of Behavioral Health Projects. The section of the plan that I would like to focus on is the supportive housing piece of the plan, and this is that part of the plan which is brought about by the intersection of housing and supportive services that allow a person to stay housed when they're struggling with varieties of factors that undermine their social determinants of health. Just like in any of the other sections of the plan, each of these components has a variety of partners. I appreciate, Commissioner, your questions about how to keep those partners working together. I'd also like to elevate the fact that each of these partners has their own particular set of subject matter expertise. It's different to house women and families from what it's like to house justice-involved individuals, singles, families. And so it is complicated, and it's also essential that we find ways to get these groups not just to complete their own projects to their own satisfaction, but to make sure that they understand and can sort of align with the plan overall. So the supportive housing piece of the plan identifies 135 units, 30 for chronically homeless individuals, 2 units for chronically homeless families, homeless individuals age 55 and older, 50 units, justice-involved individuals, 20 units, child welfare-involved families, 10 units, and then homeless individuals age 17 to 23, 8 units. So, the Corporation for Supportive Housing really broke that down. We've taken each of those recommendations seriously, and in addition, there's another 15 units to provide transitional housing for folks who have substance use disorders or mental illness. There were 5 strategies in our plan, and this is reflected in the CHIP, right? Because the CHIP intersects, the behavioral health plank of the CHIP intersects with a place for everyone. Those 5 strategies were to develop a 5-year supportive housing capital improvement plan, to establish sustainable funding resources, to establish community supportive housing case management program, design and develop emergency non-congregate shelter services, and design a curriculum to build community buy-in and trust for supportive housing. So we've got a couple of accomplishments that we feel really good about, and the first one is that there are 221 new units committed between 2023 and 2026. So this represents 60% of the total need identified in the Corporation for Supportive Housing project of 369 units. Those are committed, not built. There has been forward progress on things like the DECA project, and then we have bumped into things where some of our assumptions have been pressure tested, and we're going to need to reconfigure and reimagine how we get the 24 units that were originally envisioned for the Rockledge project, for example. There is a supportive housing best practices work group. That group is meeting regularly. The partners in that group are collaborating and cooperating with each other, and there are collaborative efforts underway to develop service and funding models to provide expansive supportive housing capital investments. Our challenge continues to be figuring out the funding piece and figure out the sustainability piece. And that's not surprising to anyone. But again, if you look at where we were 3 years ago and you compare to where we are today, it's substantial progress. It's making a difference, some of it a life and, literally saving lives to move people into these units that we've brought on and that we'll continue to bring on. I think the county and other sources have provided access to one-time capital funds and supports. So examples would be what's been invested with Cardinal Housing Network, and then the challenge is how does Cardinal Housing how are they able to continue to support the operational costs of that project? We've been leading with capital investments, but the question of ongoing operating and sustainability is a challenging question. It's difficult to forecast where we can be and how quickly we can be there, given some of the changes we're experiencing at a national level and the funding sources. And so those are just our realities. So I think the best way to sum it up is that we've made really good, substantial progress on 60% of this challenge, and the next 40% is probably going to be twice as hard as it was to get to where we are now. And equity issues, particularly for women, continues to be a piece that we need to be able to address in this plan. And I will stand for questions. How do I go backwards?
Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question about this. I had heard this during the campaign. There was a couple of people I talked to who said that their kids were unhoused for a period of time and they were able to get into supportive housing, and based on that, it gave them the structure to be able to kind of move forward. So if I remember the numbers right, during the county presentation, this was like 1/10 of the overall project cost. Like it was like 28 million. The plan for everyone was like 270.
I'm just looking at Jill to confirm.
Yeah. And so do we have for supportive housing like 12, 18, 24 months if people are doing better using supportive housing than some of the other tools within a place for everyone?
Yes, and it all depends on the person in terms of how quickly they're able to move from transitional supportive housing into permanent supportive housing and into independent living. I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the supportive housing programs that we currently have in place, our best example that we have right now is the Douglas County Flexible Housing Pool. It's $921,000 from the behavioral health sales tax that funds 32 units of permanent supportive housing. That's the lease, the rental costs, the utilities, and the supportive services that wrap around that. That's ongoing. When folks receive one of those locally funded vouchers, they're immediately added to, if they're not already on the Douglas County Housing Authority Section 8 voucher list. So if folks continue on a path of recovery and they no longer need that level of support that they received through our flexible housing pool program, if their name comes up on that Section 8 voucher, they transition it into a Section 8 voucher. But I think we all know that the challenges of that wait list right now are considerable, but there is infrastructure in place to sustain folks in the community once they do get housed.
Yeah, and this may be a systems question, but I think it's also a supportive housing question. When somebody's first unhoused and they go to the shelter, that's the point of entry for the system, right? Do you guys have data on how long it takes somebody when they first enter to be able to, let's say, make it to Cardinal or to go through that process?
We don't, but I think you could see, one of the ways you could see that theoretically is it depends on this. So if we have a successful outreach system in our community, and we do, so whether that's so connecting folks to that, you're going to hear about the by name list, you're going to hear about the coordinated entry system. The sooner we get them added to those lists through our outreach workers that are at with the HRT or the staff at the Lawrence Community Shelter when they present there, or Family Promise, as soon as they're added to that list, that starts the clock, so to speak, that we can start to measure that length of time that folks are waiting. I'll just say anecdotally, folks do sit on that list for a considerable amount of time. Sometimes you see them self-resolve. Sometimes you see programs like our flexible housing program for folks with higher needs. But you see the Lawrence Community Shelter, HRT, coming up with solutions and funding that they have available to them, Lawrence Community Shelter being the best example, where they're able to transition folks into a next step with housing. But for folks that need that deep subsidy, like Leah was talking about, and that chronically homeless population, there's only so much we can do. That flexible housing pool program, that's 32 units of housing. The need is much higher. And yeah.
Any other questions on the supportive housing piece? Thank you, Bob. Who's next? Oh, well, data. Systems.
Okay, systems. Eric.
Vice Mayor Courtney's favorite topic, systems.
Part you've all been waiting for. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Kinder, Douglas County Regional Coordinator with Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition. I have a couple handouts I'm going to go through with you guys. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, cool, thank you.
So this is an area, if you guys want to meet to discuss Built for Zero, by name list, coordinated entry, or point in time for any further, I am more than happy to do that at any point if we still have any questions. Thank you. So partner agencies, as you can see, we have a lot of agencies we work with on the system side. So I'll jump right into our accomplishments. So we achieved quality data through Built for Zero. As part of the Built for Zero initiative, we've gone through a robust scorecard review with Community Solutions. This process ensures that we know that our data is coming from the right sources, accurately capturing nearly everyone experiencing homelessness, and reflects the true inflow and outflow of people experiencing homelessness. And we are the 88th community to accomplish this with Community Solutions. Reaching this level of data quality is no small task. It required collaboration across agencies and systems, and it often changed how we work together. The process itself has brought our community out of silos and strengthened our partnerships, and it really changes the perspective from this is my client to this is our client, this is the community's client. We have also implemented an HMIS training schedule for partner agencies. So all data that is entered into our Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS, this database is used to track services and outcomes. In other words, our data comes directly from people experiencing homelessness. The individuals who experiences and interactions with our system help us understand what's really happening in our community. So we train providers on how to maintain this data accurately. Another accomplishment we had is A Place for Everyone dashboard is live and updated monthly. Since this screenshot on the slide was shown, we now have unsheltered and elderly data we're showing as well. Those are newer data elements that were continually being evaluated to ensure accuracy. The unsheltered hasn't gone through the quality data standards that everything else has. It is newer. And we'll talk more about inflow, outflow, what this is showing when I get into the handouts. So for challenges and next steps, we're going to be maintaining our quality data and provider participation in HMIS. This is an ongoing process. It requires a lot of maintenance to keep quality data accurate. And so we make sure that as new data errors arise, they're addressed quickly and collaboratively as a community. It's really just about being more responsive all around with Built for Zero. And so now that we have this quality data, we can make targeted improvements to the system so that over time more people are exiting homelessness than are entering it. So our goal, as people have said, is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. So now we will go through some of these handouts. I'm going to start with the systems, understanding the homelessness data, these kind of rectangles. So We'll start by talking about the point-in-time count. This is what just happened at the end of January. It's a snapshot. It's a single night of the year where we go out and count everyone who is sheltered or unsheltered. It's good for tracking trends over time, understanding the general makeup of the unhoused population, and it does meet federal and state reporting requirements. PIT is the only nationwide standardized data. And it feeds into a report that goes directly to Congress so that we know what resources are needed. So it's very important, but it is just a snapshot. It's not a full count of everyone experiencing homelessness. It's everyone that we find on that night in January. We think of it as kind of like a stress test on the system. When the most people are accessing shelter at the end of the month at the coldest time of the year, does our system have the capacity to shelter everyone that needs it? So what to know, it often undercounts people who are highly mobile or avoid contact, and it shouldn't be directly compared to the CES or by name list because it is measuring something different. It is just on that one night. Moving in, overview of coordinated entry. So coordinated entry is how people access, are assessed, prioritized, and referred to housing programs. This is HUD-funded and some locally funded housing programs. It is required by HUD, and it is a program within HMIS, within our Homeless Management Information System. So the CES list is people who have been given an assessment to potentially access housing programs. It's good for housing prioritization and managing active housing referrals and meeting HUD requirements. CES does not capture everyone. It sometimes takes time to build rapport with someone before a CES assessment can be completed. So it is what we used to use year-round before we had the by name list primarily, but now we have the by name list as well. So moving into the Built for Zero by name list, this is who is experiencing homelessness over time. So we think of PIT as like a snapshot, like a literal picture. Homelessness, or the Built for Zero by name list is like a video of how people are moving through our system over time. So it's where all agencies and programs are sharing data in a single place, including outreach, shelter, coordinated entry. It does use a 90-day window, so looking at anyone who is active in any program in our system or exited to a non-permanent destination in the last 90 days. And the information is collected and shared with consent in order so that we can understand the homelessness in real time. Next, going into our the by name list handout, the second handout on there. This shows what we're looking at when we're talking about inflow, actively homeless, and outflow. This is the data we are collecting. In order to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring, what we're going to need to do is have less inflow, more outflow. So inflow is people who are newly identified, people returning from housing to homelessness or return from inactive. Actively homeless is anyone that is enrolled in any of the programs in HMIS, which I have a list of who is contributing to that, what programs contribute to that. And then outflow, this includes anyone who has exited homelessness, including housing placements, people who have moved it to inactive if we lost track of them, or no longer meets population criteria. They're no longer considered part of the target population, such as being on the streets or in shelter. The last handout I have is the coordinated entry system, going through the coordinated entry system. This has a little visual of how people can move through CES. As we've kind of talked about already, they're identified as unhoused by either outreach, the shelter, or another provider in the area. Rapid resolution or diversion is attempted, and then if that is unsuccessful, they are entered in, they're given an assessment to be entered into the coordinated entry system. And coordinated entry, it's not, there are more people seeking housing than we have housing available, so not everyone is going to resolve through coordinated entry. Some people do receive a referral to a housing program. Some people outside of that get on the Section 8 list and are able to get a voucher that way. Some people self-resolve. There's a lot of reasons that people find housing. So that is my broad level overview of all those terms, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I'll just keep doing it. On the by name list, you were saying inflow, when outflow is greater than inflow, the amount of people on the list will go down, which makes sense. Do we have an idea about what the inflow to outflow numbers look like right now?
This is updated on a monthly basis on the Built for Zero, or I'm sorry, the A Place for Everyone dashboard. So on that, we can see, I think it was 15 people got housed last month, and 40 people were newly identified. So we're not there yet, but and I'd have to check the dashboard. Those might not be the exact numbers, but it's not quite even yet. Collecting that lets us know when we make targeted improvements, whether they are working.
Gotcha. When we had one of the questions I asked, when we had the discussion about funding the shelter, there was a discussion about the point in time count versus the by name list. And so from your perspective, is the by name list have better resolution about the data than the point in time list?
It's looking at different things. The point in time count is the one night, everyone we can find at the end of January. The by name list is a 90-day period. It's how I've heard it described, it's the difference between in a storm sticking a cup out for a second and leaving the bucket out for the whole storm. You're going to capture a lot more data and see a lot more people in that bigger period.
And everybody on the point in time list should be on the by name list, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I noticed this year that your organization actually did the point in time, that you did the work to be able to do that for the city, and in the past, if I believe so, that the city has handled that. And so I was just curious what facilitated that? Was there something that your guys' organization did to have better data?
Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition always takes the lead on the point in time count for the 101 counties that we cover. This year we were able to use an app, and so we expect to have data available sooner in, I think around April, we'll have unofficial data available, which is a lot sooner than we have in previous years.
Okay.
You talked about how the statewide coalition took the lead on the 101, knowing that there's 105 counties in the state. Can you explain why we're looped in as part of that 101 and not our own freestanding, like the continuum, the BOC, the COC? I can't remember. My acronyms is all messed up, and I haven't had dinner tonight. But you know what I'm talking about. We're part of the bigger consortium, the Balance of State, BOS. There we go.
Yeah, Balance of States are for typically more rural communities who don't have the resources to have their own continuum of care. So we are our own region we are the biggest region in the Balance of State. I am the regional coordinator for this region. I'm dedicated just to us because we are a bigger region. But yeah, the rest of the Balance of State, we're split into 9 regions overall, yeah.
Question for you, and again, I love your dashboard because I like dashboards too, but I think you have the numbers right, and I'm looking at the dashboard, you're probably not, so, but you have this light blue area, which is the newly identified monthly entries into homeless, and then the housing placements, and that's like 40 to 15, but also on the exits from homelessness, you have 39, which is moved to inactive. As I understand that, those are people that just haven't, we don't know exactly where they're at. We don't know that they've moved out. Is that what that is?
Exactly. Those are people we lost track of, essentially.
And I guess that means lots of things. They could have self-resolved. They could have left town. They could have, just dropped out. All sorts of things, right?
Yeah, it means we don't know where they went. So they, if providers know that they moved out of town, then to live with family, then the exit destination will reflect that. But if no one has any contact, if no one can get a hold of them, then yes, they become inactive.
But that's a 90-day list. If we can't find somebody on the 40th day, we don't move them off the list till the 90th day.
Correct. There's the 90-day inactivity period. The County Commission did have some questions about that. I have reached out to Community Solutions to get some better guidance about why that 90-day period was chosen, but we are thinking that it is best practices when the system was evaluated.
So that's what you're talking about with the holding the cup out and measuring the whole 90 days. I mean, if someone comes to town, is homeless, they show up on this list, we get them a place to stay on the 40th day, and then they leave town on the 50th day, whether or not they showed up at a point in time, they're in that system for the 90 days, and then they're out of the system after the 90 days because they've been housed, right?
Yes, if we don't have contact with them, then they stay inactive for the 90 days.
Okay. So I guess that leads to my question. In January, if you add the 3 columns up, we have 55 monthly entries, and we actually had 54 outgoing. Is that how I read the chart in total for January of '26?
Yes, with housing placements and move to inactive combined, yeah.
Yeah. But because we only had 15 housing placements, I'm guessing we'd rather have 54 placements than 39 people we don't know where they went.
That is the goal, exactly.
That is the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was making sure I was reading that chart right.
But, to that point, that's interesting. So let's say 2028, we've reached functional zero. What will these numbers, will the active number, let's say it's active, let's say it's 100, we'll know every month that those 100 people will be, in terms of the columns, navy blue, light blue, they'll be the same. It will be trending in that direction every single month?
Yes, it would be more people going into housing than are entering the system.
But there's no correlation causation to those two, because your inactive is based on a rolling of 90 days, where placement, people could be placed 3 days after being in the system or 30 days after the system.
Yes, the housing placement is capturing anyone who had the housing movement date added.
Yeah, that wasn't a gotcha question. I was just saying.
Yeah.
There's no, the correlation does not, there's no correlation, therefore causation. So you can, people can, the constant is that the inactive falls off after 90 days.
Yes.
The placement could be anywhere from 1 day to whatever you're capturing this time within the month, I'm assuming? Or are these just people that were placed in the month of January?
In the month of January,
Okay, so in the month, right. So you have overlap, you have rolling overlap with the inactives, but the constant is those who are being placed. They were placed that month, but your inactives for the month of January reflects folks who have fallen off after 90 days.
Yes.
Yes. I believe the county, once they get it, they break it down by each month. So it was in January, 39 people became inactive.
Inactive, right.
In January, yeah.
Thanks.
In terms of the by name list, the partner agencies that we have here, are all of them certified? I'm sure there's HIPAA and a bunch of things you need to do from a security perspective to make sure that you can have access to that list. Is everybody from the partner agencies have access to the same by name list at this point?
So all the partner agencies contribute to it in some way. Yes.
And does that help do handoffs between? So let's say somebody started at somebody started with the HRT and then they were going to be moved into Family Promise or something like that. Does that, having the list and being able to update it, help the warm handoff between the two organizations?
So one thing I didn't talk about is we have weekly CES meetings where we do case conferencing, and all providers participating can come and discuss situations like that. If they're doing a handoff or they're struggling with handing off, hey, how can we make this happen easier? Who can, yeah.
Is the HRT and shelter part of those calls?
Yes.
Okay. Can the partners see notes in the system? Partners in the CES? I've been told you guys can't see each other's notes. A lot of it has to do with, obviously, confidentiality. HIPAA is a big deal. But is this something that you guys think you can correct pretty quickly?
So agencies can't see other agencies, like program enrollments and things. Coordinated entry is kind of our is our program in the system that covers everybody. So if the notes are added under coordinated entry, then anyone in coordinated entry can see them.
how are you guys communicating about one particular individual, right? I would expect all these partners, especially on the calls every Tuesday, right? Every Tuesday is your CES meeting. And you guys, I love that you do that, by the way. I think it's absolutely wonderful. That's how we get through these communication issues. But if partnering agencies want to go in and they've got Joe Smith, they wanted to kind of know some history, how do they communicate? What do they do? They're not calling every partner agency, are they, to figure out all the things? Am I asking?
Yeah.
And this is probably, I mean, we're getting into a little bit of case management, I think.
Right. So I'm Christy
Sorry to
Shutter. I'm the program administrator for the Homeless Solutions Division, and I actually supervise the case managers on the homeless response team. So we absolutely do. We have case conferencing. We staff with the other agencies. We will bring in all of the partners. We have ROI signed from everybody. The ROI that we have is a multi-agency ROI, which covers the majority of those people. So once we have contact with them, we get that ROI signed. For them to be able to talk to us, they'll get that ROI signed, and then we collaborate together. So there's not a duplication of service. You're working on this, we're working on this, we're working on that. Provides that wraparound service. It eliminates duplication of service, and it gives them the support to become stable and eliminate all of the barriers that are in front of them.
To Commissioner Pollion's point, though, if you wouldn't mind. So one question is it just HRT who does case management, or which one of the agencies do case management, or is it?
So depending on the services that are needed, we'll bring in other partner agencies. We do case management at the time of homelessness. Once we get them housed, we'll have aftercare. Mental Health of America is the housing supporting specialists that come in and do the supportive housing stuff. We'll bring in Heartland Radak for some other like intensive care coordination or recovery coaches for SUD. But the overall at different points of their homelessness and being housed and then being permanently housed, that main case manager may change. It may be Bert Nash at one point. It may, you know what I mean? It's going to change throughout the process, but those people will be wrapped around and they'll start falling off as the needs are met.
And so talking about Joe Smith, as you hand off from organization to organization, is there still somebody who's like the quarterback of the whole thing who says hey, how's Joe doing?
Not from start to finish. I would not say that that's probably the norm. But there are, as you hand off, those notes that history has come with, and it gets passed on as the person progresses through the process.
Okay, so HRT wouldn't necessarily be the lead right now, then?
Depends on what point of the process that individual's at.
So they could have multiple case managers,
So if you are sleeping at Bircham Park, and outreach engages with that individual, they're going to ask, are you interested in moving beyond this 10? What barriers do you have? We'd like to get you housing, right? Would you be interested in going to LCS? Would you be interested in mental health assessment, SUD assessment, that kind of thing, to find out what those barriers are, to identify why you can't be housed or can't work or can't do whatever. Do you need SOAR for, and at that point, that outreach leader is going to communicate with me. We debrief every day, and I'm going to assign a case manager if they're interested in moving on. If they want to engage, we're absolutely going to assign a case manager. That case manager will stay with them to the point that they either enter the 90-day program at LCS, and then LCS may bring in a case manager. But if they're staying night by night or they're on the street, if they're at the village, they may have a different case manager at that point. Or we may take them from the alley to housing. They may not ever have to go through that 90-day process. It looks different for every person.
And if they go, for example, from straight to August Helping, I always mess that up.
Artists Helping Homeless?
Thank you. Artists Helping Homeless, they would have a new case manager because they're now in that
Right, we may
location.
make a referral to Heartland Radac, or Artists Helping Homeless would bring in their support. Cardinal Housing, the same thing. If they remain in Oxford, we would, make a referral. Once they get housed, they're out of our scope of services, unless they're housed with like supportive housing or permanent housing. If we get them into a job and get a rental, aftercare services are going to remain with those people for a minimum of a year.
But there's also other ways, obviously, like Family Promise, or, someone just calls them and says, I'm homeless, I just lost my house.
Absolutely.
They never go through the HRT at all. They go straight to Family Promise or wherever.
Absolutely.
There's multiple entry points for case management.
Absolutely.
In that example, though, the by name list that somebody had previously, so if somebody was, they were homeless, they connected with, I like the, in the weeds in this, they're connected with the HRT, you help them get to Burt Nash takes over from there. If that person ends up being homeless again, not like going through that process, are you tracking like success rate in moving people to different partner agencies?
So we do track the number of referrals that are given. And we also track the number, like Sarah was saying, as far as people who exit homelessness that re-enter into homelessness. So those numbers, within that 90-day period, if they fall off, but then they come back in, those numbers are tracked as well.
It's like one of the things on that chart, like in the inflow section, in January, 9 people re-entered homelessness. So we knew who those 9 people were. They were housed at one point, but in January, 9 of them re-entered homelessness, so they're on the inflow side of that.
And I would add that housed may be a transitional housing too. That may have been 90-day program, and then they ended up, being exited or something, and then back out on the street.
How important is the pit count? I know it's HUD required. I get that, but what else hinges on it? Funding sources?
Yeah, the pit count is very important. It feeds into the AHAR, which I am blanking on what that stands for. It's a report that goes to Congress that, for example, we've gotten more VASH vouchers out of it in the past, like that shows what we need.
Very important to many funding sources.
Right. Why was the HRT not involved in the pit count this year? I never got an answer, so.
It's my understanding they were running winter emergency shelter that night.
Yeah. Yeah, the HRT, I think Kelby was actually one of the members who was planning on helping canvass. So when you talk about the pit, the data, I think, comes from probably multiple sources. One source is the canvas. And people think about the pit as, you just go out and walk around the community and count people. That is one data source. Another data source, which we did participate in, our HRT members, was providing the data from the winter overflow shelters. At that point, we were in, I think, week 2 of 16, if not 24-hour-a-day winter overflow sheltering, because that was when we had that real deep freeze come into town. So our HRT members, they all work for other organizations, and they come to the HRT under contract. But one of the things that they do when we get these intense winter weather events, these prolonged events, is they will go and help John Crable and those other volunteers who we depend on to run the winter emergency shelter, overflow shelter.
Okay. I didn't realize that we were running overflow.
HRT did participate in the pit. In that we provided the data that was available to HRT, which is important data. In the last year, Misty Bosch Hastings, our Homeless Solutions Director, I think she kind of organized the whole thing. I would say that as a county, I hope I don't hurt any feelings in the room, but we've probably not been as organized with the pit. I spent the first couple years of my career working in Wichita and Sedgwick County. It's a very robust pit operation. Commissioner Pullian, I think you're probably familiar. I've volunteered with it myself a couple years. And it is a very impressive operation. We were far from that here, I think. So Misty kind of, got engaged, got hands-on. But the pit is a function of HUD. Therefore, it's a function of the COC. So Misty was kind of stepping outside of her lane as a city employee, but putting on the system, the system coordinator hat and trying to get us in good shape with the pit. So I think it's a natural handoff back to KSHC to take the administrative lead on that.
Okay. Because it was mentioned that the pit isn't the greatest, but we've got relationships, right? The HRT, I think specifically being out in the community, engaging with folks, so
Yes.
they know and could help with that count. So
Absolutely.
absolutely nobody's perfect. There's always room for improvement. So I was just very surprised to hear, but I also didn't realize we were running the overflow shelter. Was it an overflow shelter or was it a standalone?
It's overflow. So we have a winter emergency sheltering operation plan that gets triggered by the weather conditions, and Lawrence Community Shelter continues to serve as the emergency sheltering point of entry, and they will let our team know when overflow sheltering needs to be activated because they're starting to see numbers increase. So we will work in coordination with LCS. Folks still check in through LCS and get directed and transported over to the overflow.
Okay.
And I'll talk more about that in
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for the systems folks?
One thing I'll say while I'm up here, I can't help myself, but a year and a half, 2 years ago, none of this functioned like this. So let's all keep that in perspective, that we are phenomenally better off than we were thanks to the leadership of these people and incredible effort by our professionals and volunteers doing this work. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that.
I wanted to add something real quick to Sarah's position, that full-time regional coordinator work. Douglas County has a service agreement, a funding contract for approximately $80,000 that we have each year with the Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition that allows us to have a full-time regional coordinator. That regional coordinator provides the kind of the basic functions of that any regional coordinator across the state provides, the coordinated entry sessions that happen each week, facilitating assessments. But Sarah's position is able to go above and beyond that, provide the level of coordination and collaboration with partners on things like the point in time count. And her predecessor, Kristen Egan, who now works for the county, provided that level of assistance as well, along with Misty in the previous pit count. But as Brandon said, we have not had the level of sound infrastructure, even in organizations like our continuum of care, our balance of state, as an organization, but us as a region. Historically, partner agencies chose not to participate in coordinated entry, chose not to participate in a cohesive approach to the point in time count. So we had a lot of making up to do, and that's why the county has decided a few years ago that we were going to fund a full-time position to do that. To make sure that we are getting the support that we need, because we put so much pressure on that statewide homeless balance of state system. There's so many folks that need to be served. We need a full-time person helping to coordinate and collaborate with all the teams, HRT, Family Promise, any provider in the community.
So is that person, is that Sarah? Is she going to be the quarterback, basically?
That's Sarah. That's Sarah's position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to get even better. Communication.
It has gotten better. Yes.
I think that what our community may see today probably forgets where we were 3 years ago. Absolutely. Right? So we might just have to keep reminding them, hey, we got to communicate. and the fact that we've got somebody that's going to take the lead is probably going to make it so much more successful.
I'll give one example. Organizations that in previous governance, Lawrence Community Shelter, previous governance, because they did not get federal funds, they chose not to participate in HMIS or coordinated entry. If you get federal funding, you have to participate, but they chose not to. It's completely different now. Whether you receive federal funds or not, the county and the city have written into our contracts that if you receive funding from any of our organizations, you will participate in these systems. But beyond that, we have such goodwill with all of our partners because people like Sarah have relationships with them and bring them along to be a part of, come to the CES meetings, collaborate with Christy and Kelby and others. That's what the full-time work does, but that's what the system did look like 5 years ago. Folks decided, I'm not going to participate in this data. It's too clunky. I don't have time for it. Now we have a completely different approach to and buy-in to that system so we can have quality data.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll add that back when I was president of Family Promise, we had that question come up because Family Promise didn't get any city, county, federal money. And it was like, well, why don't you guys buy a computer and hire somebody to fill out all this paperwork and send it to the county so it can help us? And we're like, oh, we don't have enough money for that. We don't want to participate in that. Doesn't sound like it's any good. Maybe not. And it takes a little while to figure out, oh, there is a big advantage to this, and it does help the whole system. And it didn't take us very long to figure it out, but it took us a while to figure it out. It wasn't obvious that you'd want to spend a bunch of money, being part of the bigger system until you saw the benefit of it. Yes, so I think you have a lot more buy-in now from all the providers and the by names list because they know how much it helps the people they're trying to help. I mean, it's just just a vastly different system than we had before.
Sarah, I have a quick question. You may not be able to answer it, so this is open to everyone. Because the pit only looks at that snapshot, that point in time, just on that particular night, we know that there's pieces that are missing from it. That's been a tale as old as time. As it relates to the dashboard, you have a notation of youth. Now, is that, and then I'm looking at the list of partners, and I notice that the school district is not on that. Is there something I'm missing from a statutory point that, we know that that's McKinney-Vento, that's a little bit different. Has there been an opportunity or discussion with the school district on how to bring them in as a partner so we're getting a little bit more accurate number as it relates to youth experiencing houselessness, or is that informed somewhere that I'm not seeing here?
We are not working with them currently, but that is a great point for additional partnerships, would be partnering with the McKinney-Vento liaison at the schools.
I think Missy has a comment as well in regards to the pit. She's online.
Okay. We can bring Misty over. Are we moving on to what next? Emergency services?
Yeah.
Okay. You can come on up while we try to get Misty over here. You see her?
Yeah, she was on. She just didn't have her hand raised, so I didn't.
Yep. Misty, you can go ahead.
I was just going to add that we have attempted to work with the McKinney-Vento liaison at the school, and that individual has about 5 different roles at the school and has had a hard time getting with it and getting this data. And then there's a question of is the data, does it align with HUD's definition of homelessness?
Right.
And it really doesn't. So, it would be hard to track that there.
Yeah. I'm thinking of it more high level as from a coordinated service, and I think I've shared this with Commissioner Kelly multiple years ago in regards to some partnership opportunities that we've seen, like in Wyandotte County and whatnot. And so we can talk more about it offline, but I wondered if that was the case, that a lot of school districts, the McKinney-Vento liaison is not a solely dedicated FTE. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening. Christy Shutter again, Program Administrator for the Homeless Solutions Division and the Homeless Response Team. With emergency services, we have several different accomplishments that we'd like to point out. The first being Lawrence Community Shelter. So within the capacity of Lawrence Community Shelter, the inside of the shelter has gone, we have increased their bed numbers to 125 indoors. That includes night by night and the 90-day program. The Village off of Michigan is a 90-day program, and there are 50 units there available. And then the Monarch is the medical respite unit outside of LCS, the larger pallet homes. There are 10 medical respite units available there. And then Pallet 24 is the new addition outside of LCS. The capacity is for 48 individuals, so each pallet home, you can house 2 people and 2 pets. And so that's the low barrier shelter that has access with the pet-friendly accommodations. As Brandon was speaking about earlier, the winter emergency shelter overflow, last year they had multiple sites throughout the community. That has been turned over to LCS this year. We activate within an hour as they get to capacity the overflow shelter, which is partnered with us, with FUMC, John Crable, and then our staff will come in with volunteers, and it is triggered when the temperatures drop below 32 degrees, and when they are getting to capacity. As a direct result of this, we had 0 winter-related deaths in 2025, and this is the first time that this has been seen over a very long time in Douglas County. We also have improved the activation protocols for that winter emergency shelter overflow as well. I'm going to go ahead and bring Kelby up, and then Jonathan Smith is going to talk about the outreach portions. Kelby's going to go first here.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Kelby. I am the outreach lead for our team and the clinical lead. The City of Lawrence Homeless Response Team consists of 3 partners and City of Lawrence employees. That would be Mirror Inc., the JAX Project, and the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. Yeah, how do I switch the slide? There we go. We have built a multidisciplinary housing-focused street outreach team. This consists of both of mental health, substance use, housing specialists on our team, and I believe most everybody, I know it's not a requirement, but almost everybody is a peer of some sort. That means that we have lived experience as well. Many of us have dealt with both mental health, substance use. We've been justice involved in some sort of way, and most of us have been homeless at some point in our lives and have overcome that. We integrate peer support, medical, behavioral health, same thing I just said, and harm reduction. We try to make sure that we come out with Narcan and fentanyl test strips. We've seen a drop out here. I know we continue to see it raise across the nation, but with this help, we've had a lot of life-saving things take place. And it is very important to have those available to these guys whenever they need it. Coordinated encampment closures with follow-up. Our team partners with the Parks and Rec Division as well. We go out prior to any of these camping closures, and we make sure that individuals are aware of the services that are available to them. No closures have happened where nobody had an opportunity of an option. That means at some point they all had the opportunity to either be sheltered at the homeless shelter here in town. There has been bed space, and we've provided transportation to anybody that does not qualify for that bed space. Again, peer-led outreach model. This has been both locally, statewide, and nationally recognized as a very effective way to provide outreach.
and we've reduced unsheltered homelessness by 63%. It is very important. I like what Christy brought up. We did not have any weather-related deaths, and I think that is due to both the winter emergency shelter, but also our outreach team going out there and making sure that everyone is well taken care of. They are aware of the services, and we provide transportation at times for those that have difficulties getting out to these areas. So we try to make sure that everyone is well taken care of, and at the very least, they have what they need to survive if they refuse to take these services. And I think that's it on my end.
Before we bring up Jonathan with Douglas County Health, Public Health, do you have any questions for Kelby and I? And then I will go over the challenges here at the end.
So one question for me is, we had people come to public comment here a couple weeks back, and they were, one of the things they said is, there were people who said, hey, we've been permanently banned from the shelter. So one question is that true? And if that's true, where do people go who are unhoused but permanently banned?
So I would like to state that right here at this moment, there is nobody that I'm aware of that is permanently banned from the shelter, in the sense that we can't advocate for them to get back in the shelter. We have organized many meetings to have these individuals that are supposedly permanently banned. Many times this is something that somebody believes has happened. Other times there are instances where violence or sexual related traumatic events have happened. And of course, they're not going to be able to return at that point. At that point, we discuss other options. There are many other options. I would like to state that, the use of the substance use stuff, we find ways to house people without going through the shelter in the first place. We go through different avenues. We're very creative on our team. I think we've had a total of 60 assessments, a little over 60 assessments for substance use have been done, and over 20 of those individuals are permanently housed throughout the state of Kansas now. So when it comes to things like that, we find other options. We make sure that they have an option at some point. But there's nobody that we've had that's permanently banned that we couldn't advocate for and get back in without good reason.
From your experience, since you're doing God's work here, is there anything we should be looking at from the city perspective to make the barriers, to remove barriers so that people who are unhoused have access to the shelter?
We'll let Misty respond to that question. I will discuss some of the other challenges that we have, but there's not anything specific. Just as far as the shelter is concerned, there's not a lot of barriers that we can't advocate for and find a different avenue to. But Misty can add to that as well.
Yeah, I've got a comment. So one thing that we built into the LCS contract this year is a case management mode called restorative justice. And so what that looks at is just different ways of de-escalating, different ways of, I don't really want to say punishment, but of dealing with issues that aren't punitive. Like we have a low barrier shelter, and like some of the ways that individuals, if they make a mistake, they are held to that same standard as a high barrier shelter. So in the contract this year for 2026, I built in that we were going to work with the shelter and help provide some restorative justice training. And we are working on getting that and being able to share that with the shelter so that there's other options. In my former career, I worked at a shelter, and there was only one person who was ever permanently banned. And it was because of that model of, like when the team says we advocate for folks, and it is that model of, okay, so, Bob fought Jim, and Bob went to jail, and now, Bob, you probably need some anger management classes, and then when you complete those classes, then you can come back and we can talk to the shelter with you, and you can explain why you deserve another chance. So it's that kind of opportunity to get back in that door, but we do work to find other options for them if they would like us to. And like Kelby said, we don't have anybody who has actually been banned. like long-term. We've got folks that have definitely been removed for some behaviors, but nothing more than a week, as far as I know. And we've had to get creative about keeping people safe and keeping people alive. Luckily, we have the overflow shelter to do a lot of that this winter.
Commissioners, thank you, Misty. And I may be jumping ahead and getting to challenges, but I will just add, I think, one of the barriers is that we still have a very large congregate shelter that's where everybody goes. And that in and of itself can be a barrier. So, the ability to have a family shelter, a shelter for single women, LGBTQ plus type facility, alternatives that are more comfortable and inviting, I think could really help break down barriers as well. So.
Do we have a pretty big drug problem?
Do we have a pretty big drug problem?
Yep.
I think all communities have a very big.
No. I'm just asking about us, and I'm not trying to be punitive or.
Totally understand. To be completely honest, as of this time, I think it's getting a lot better, but we definitely had quite a bit bigger of a problem before we started showing up. We see a lot of the same people due to that, I believe, and this would be the people that I'm normally directly involved with. And the reason why it remains a problem is that if we treat substance use the way it needs to be treated, it takes some time. Mm-hmm. It's going to take some time for people to come around to whatever they need to be necessary. I see mostly the individuals that I run into today, so this would be all just street, unsheltered. This would be mental health, substance use, and I think that's about what I run into on a daily basis at this point. And I believe that they're getting the help they need, and it's reducing quite a bit. So I think it was much bigger a year or two ago, and I see it reducing quite a bit.
Okay.
Let Jonathan speak to that.
Evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Smith, Executive Director at Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. Commissioner Napoleon, to your question, we actually identify that in our Community Health Improvement Plan, and unfortunately the answer is it is on the rise in our community. Specifically, opioid overdoses have been on the rise, and so doing initiatives like this is really what we talk about as our intervention to help that go down. And you've heard a lot tonight about different steering committees and probably conveners, and I would say an easy way to put it is if you look at the org chart of all these different plans, including this one, at the top of the org chart would be the Lawrence Douglas County Community Health Improvement Plan, which you can find on our website. By now, if you've talked to me, you've heard me talk about the CHIP before, so just to put that into perspective. But to answer your question, unfortunately, I would say the answer is yes. Over the last few years, we have seen uptick in overdoses in our community.
Jonathan, to frame that, because I'm hearing what you say, but the state person in me is like that's an aggregate, and I always want us to make sure that we tell data where it is. So this is not me griping on you, but it's like when I hear someone say, do we have a drug problem? That can mean a lot of different things. It's just synonymous to our unhoused community. While we may have data points that hit that, there are other individuals that have opioid addiction that are not unhoused, that sometimes the data may not capture that because we're focused in one area. So when you say we are seeing an uptick of substance abuse, specifically opioid, are we counting that across all different populations? Or are you just saying that's specific to our unhoused population?
Thanks, Commissioner Sellers, for that comment. But yeah, I would say it's overall. So in the CHIP, we don't specifically drill down and say that they are for people experiencing homelessness, but overall in Douglas County as a whole, they are on the rise, I would say.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification on that. But honestly, and I'm asking specifically to our unhoused population. So there's clarity for that because we've got folks that are out in our community that may not be in their right mind, whatever it may be. I mean, alcoholism is horrible too, right? And it happens to be like usually a lot of wealthy people, whatever it could be. But I'm concerned about the unhoused population because we have a facet of people who don't want services, right? Or who don't want to come inside. I guess I'm just looking to see what you guys think. And then when we start talking about challenges, these are things I'm going to be asking about. But that's what I'm asking. Like, do we have a drug problem with our unhoused population?
So to answer that, I would say we have a team of very engaged analysts that I can go back and see if we can't dig into that information, just because I think what we think and what data says could be two different things.
Sure, absolutely.
And so I would just want to make sure that we go back and we can certainly do our best to narrow it down and get that information for you. But I would say overall, as a county, yes, we do have an issue with that.
Okay. And then when we talk about anybody that's requiring, as we get that information regarding drug usage, I'd want to also, and I'm not saying they're necessarily correlated, but maybe they are, I'd like to know what kind of response our first responders, how many calls, right? We should know this, right? That's all part of the cost. We all kind of want to know what the general scope is of everything that we're doing. So we know what the problems are and hopefully can mitigate them.
So one of the things that I've just started attending since I've had this position is a group that we host on Mondays called Familiar Faces, and is the high utilization of services, the people who come in who are utilizing those services in the jails, in the ER, with the ambulance services. So it's the people that you're exactly addressing. The example that I gave last Wednesday, I'll give to you guys. There was an individual who was on the top, number one on that list for several months leading up to him being housed. He was housed December 1st, and since December 1st until January 30th, when those results, he has not only fallen off of that list, but there's been one call. It went from 44 over like a 3 or 4 month period to 1 since he's been housed December 1st.
That's great.
Is that
awesome?
Sorry, is that supportive housing for that individual?
Yes.
Okay.
So it sounds like we're getting into a really good segue to what I was going to talk about. Unless I may answer some of your questions in my presentation, but unless there are other ones, I'll keep going if I get the notes. All right. Again, Jonathan Smith, Executive Director of Lawrence Douglas County Public Health Department, and I'm here to talk about some of the outreach that we have been doing. So I would say back in 2023, we really identified a gap that we weren't, from a clinical perspective and even a public health perspective in general, meeting folks where they were or where they are. So if somebody needed a medical appointment, we were expecting them to find a way to LMH, to make an appointment, or one of the other primary care providers in town, not taking into account all the different struggles that these individuals would be facing. So we brainstormed a bit, and then we looked outside the health department and seen a giant mobile unit that has 2 fully functioning exam rooms in it. We met with Lawrence Community Shelter, and we said, hey, we got this unit. Is there a way that we could start establishing a date and time where we could bring this unit out to the Lawrence Community Shelter and provide all of the same clinic services that we do at the health department at the community shelter? And I'll give James Chisholm, Executive Director at the Community Shelter, credit for naming this, but 2023 came up with the name Wellness Wednesdays. So on the last Wednesday of every single month, from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., we bring our mobile unit out to the Lawrence Community Shelter or the Pallet Village, whichever one LCS tells us to. The reason why we picked that time frame, A, is because James said that would be the best time to do it, but also we asked for a specific date and time because we want to be consistent. And so I can say since 2024, that has been something that's happened. And I would, if I caught somebody on a 2-floor elevator and they asked me, what is Wellness Wednesday? I'd say it's a gathering of community resources. So I definitely don't want to make this seem like it's a health department thing, because we're there all the time, but we're not there by ourselves. So we have there's always community health workers from Heartland Community Health Center there. We have sometimes Dottie from the library is there. There was a time where I walked in and I seen the Humane Society there. And I was like, wow, it was truly, you just seen all of our stations all set up outside or inside of LCS. So that's been going on. And then recently in the last year, 2025, we expanded that. So we're still doing the Wellness Wednesday aspect, but we were able to get a outreach nurse practitioner to add to the outreach team. So we have a nurse practitioner who travels with the homeless response team, spends another third of her time with the Lawrence Douglas County Fire Med Mobile Integrated Health Team, with really a goal for the homeless response team is meeting people where they are. And also Mobile Integrated Health witnesses a lot of people experiencing homelessness too. And one of the goals for having this outreach APRN is to help reduce unnecessary EMS transports. You know, there was plenty of stories that I've heard of, one in particular that sticks out where we had our nurse practitioner was out with the mobile integrated health team, and the EMS had gotten called, but we ended up telling the EMS that, hey, we got this, you don't need to show up. And so also they spend a lot of time with the homeless response team, so truly meeting people where they are. So there's been clinic visits that have happened in camps before. There's been clinic visits that have happened literally down the street from the health department. Our nurse practitioner was driving back to work one day and seen somebody who she was supposed to see the other day, but she said, hey, and they're on a first name basis. That's the really cool thing about it. It's just like, hey, do you have time to get seen right now? So we did that. And it's really been a beautiful thing to see, is that we continue to expand on doing this. At this point, it's baked into our operations, it's baked into LCS's operations. And I will say at the beginning, it was really challenging because at first, population did not really trust us. They're like, who are you? Are you government coming in to, report me and things like that? That's why we thought it was really important to just do, for those of you old school Batman fans, same bat place, same bat time consistently. And truly, I mean, when we first started there, I literally went to the first few ones, and I was there recruiting people, like walking around with a clipboard, like, please come and see us. But if you go there now, they actually have, their friends are recruiting each other. We don't even have to do anything. And some of the folks who've actually, there's one individual who has been to every single Wellness Wednesday, but at this point he's housed. He's just a huge supporter of it because he started off at one of those. But at this point he is housed. So it's really, there's health and housing, health and clinic work, and health and all of this stuff. So that's really the outreach that we have been doing, and we're continuing to do. We found creative ways to keep it a sustainable model because we have certain resources that we get from the state, like 317 funding for vaccines and things like that. It's really convenient because I think that I'm a firm believer in the phrase that prevention is cheaper than a crisis. So if you think about folks living in congregate living situations, that's a really easy way for infectious disease to spread. So if we can get there and be that intervention before that happens, or get that clinical behavioral health intervention before that happens, then we can prevent some of those overdoses and things like that from even happening. So that's a summary of the outreach piece that we've been doing. It's been a large gathering of community resources and something that we're really proud of. So I'll hang around if you have any questions. If not, I'll pass it on.
Jonathan, would you say most of the individuals who are receiving medical support on Wellness Wednesdays, would these folks fall into, from an insurance standpoint, would they fall, from a healthcare standpoint, would they fall into a gap where they're too poor to qualify, don't have enough to qualify, so we have an understanding of what kind of?
I would say the majority have been uninsured. There's been a few that have Medicaid. We also just started in October of last year. We became a presumptive eligibility entity. So we also have a community health worker that travels with the homeless response team as well. So that's another connecting piece that we have, that it's like, hey, you don't have insurance, we'll take care of your wound here or whatever prescription that you need, but talk to our community health workers so we can get you connected. But to answer your question, I would say mostly uninsured.
And high-level presumptive eligibility in the state of Kansas means?
Oh, yes. So good point. So presumptive eligibility, what that is we're now an entity that can get folks signed up for Medicaid or temporary Medicaid as they work on their application to get Medicaid. So, sometimes that takes a really long time, but if you're on presumptive eligibility, the moment you get signed up, even though your Medicaid application is pending, you still can get Medicaid for your services, or we can bill Medicaid for those services. And so there's a couple other places in town that I know off the top of my head do this. I know Heartland Community Community Health Center is signed up for that. I believe Burt Nash is too, but that was just something to really put that whole person care together. We don't just want to be out there clinically. We want to know, hey, let's bring a community health worker out there. Do you need housing? Do you need insurance and things like that? And so that's what presumptive eligibility is.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Yeah, and for the Wellness Wednesdays, when you meet them at the shelter, are you guys seeing better results for people you engage with directly out there?
As opposed to
like
just on the street anywhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, because we're really consistent with that and we've been there so often. Like, I would say now, like, some of the folks that we see are essentially on a first name basis with our clinic staff. It wasn't always like that at first. Like I said, it was a little bit of a struggle, but we really use that as essentially a bridge to primary care. But I'll be honest, there's some folks who legitimately use the Wellness Wednesdays as their primary care until we can get them into that.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. I think we got the challenges now. Go ahead.
Good evening. Yeah, I'll wrap it up here with challenges, and then I'll send it over to community engagement. Obviously, we've heard it before. I'm going to say it again. Funding reductions. As a direct result to our team, funding reductions has caused a loss of our VA housing specialist, our Heartland Rate Act recovery coach, and our justice-involved peer support specialist from Artists Helping Homeless. So that's how we've been directly affected by some funding reductions. This impacts our targeted engagement of veterans, individuals seeking continued recovery, and justice-involved population. System gaps is the Winter and Family Shelter. We have had temporary winter partnerships with Family Promise and a local hotel. So if we get a call, if that winter emergency shelter time is, drops below 32 degrees. Somebody's answering that HRT phone or checking those voicemails 24/7. If there's a family that calls that says, I am homeless and I have children, then we have a process with a hotel here in town to get them or shelter for the evening until we can get that intake completed with Family Promise. Another system gap that we have is the regional influx. We our growing numbers for the winter emergency shelter is a lot of that's caused by non-residents, which causes us to go over capacity. So that's an ongoing problem that we have, but during that winter emergency shelter time, we don't say no to anybody. We're not going to leave anybody outside in the cold to freeze to death. Everybody deserves to be safe at that point. And to get housing, like we will also, like Kelby talked about, getting them relocated and connecting them with other resources outside of city funds, if that's outside of that winter shelter. Daytime resource gap is what a lot of you probably get those complaints by the community members by. Night by night at LCS, they're asked to leave by 7 a.m. So that is a 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. service unless they want to engage in some of the daytime programs. If not, they are sit on the bus and they're back in the community. And so when you have no opportunity for that afternoon stay, they're hanging out in front of the library, at the bus stations, on Mass Street, which includes that's no centralized day center results in public concerns, calls, and campsite reports to the HRT. So that is some of the challenges that we face.
Questions?
Yeah, so when we house people from other counties and cities in Kansas, I'm sure we want to be, good citizens and help them get to where they're going. Do we charge those places, those cities, those counties for the services that we provide to their residents before we bring them back?
So I don't know about the county's protocol on that, but as far as what we are doing, we don't actively engage with case management with non-residents. Our services are we have a residential policy, and it's for residents only. What we will do is if there is a single barrier that says, I've got a job that I can get housing, but I need my ID, we may, use some funds to apply for a birth certificate or a social security application to get that ID, right? If they say, well, I'm from Oklahoma and I was on probation here and I'm stuck. Well, no, we'll contact that probation officer in Oklahoma. We'll call mom and confirm support, and mom says, yeah, I can come home. Then we're going to get you on a bus and we're going to take you back to Oklahoma, right? So there are ways that we navigate non-residents. We don't just say, oh, you're not a resident, we can't help you, but we will engage with services. And if there is no support outside of Douglas County, then we'll also contact other agencies that don't have a residential policy, that like Heartland, Radak, or Burton Nash, that they can engage in services and get help outside of the. And so how they get housed, I'm not sure.
And we don't have a mechanism to charge other cities, and it's typically not the cities that are sending people to our county. Does that make sense? It's usually a state agency or a hospital or a place like that. But we did try to help write some legislature on getting the state to work with us to do some clawback of funding if agencies that receive state funding participated in these types of drop-offs, is what they're called, and it started to go somewhere, and then it just ended because too many things got added to that particular bill, so it didn't go anywhere, unfortunately.
I love that idea. Unfortunately, it's probably an administrative nightmare.
I was hoping it would just be scary enough that people would just stop.
Yeah. What about fundraising initiatives? I mean, LCS used to be, I'm just talking about LCS right now. There's grants and fundraising initiatives. Is that anything that could help beef up this issue?
As far as LCS, Misty can contest that. I'm sure that would be a question to direct to James or LCS directly, unless Misty has anything to add.
No, I mean, they did a good job for their first fundraiser, bringing in, I want to say it was like around $80,000 this year. I would like to see with that Douglas County representation through the COC that individual can focus on helping get some COC federal funds, brought into the shelter, because that's really, where those, the amount of emergency solutions grant funds that we get is really, really small. And we have, the homeless population where we should be receiving a larger portion of that funding, but hopefully having that representation from the Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition and those individuals having the federal funding for homelessness, maybe that individual can work to help LCS get some funding as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'll send it on to community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Coy?
Final slide.
How sad were you to be last?
It was my pleasure, Commissioner. Good evening, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Corey Wallace, and I typically serve the city as our Director of Communications and Community Relations, but tonight I come to you in service of the Community Engagement Working Group for A Place for Everyone. Community engagement has had a lot of systems level enhancements that we've brought to the table and helped to enhance both collaboration and communication of the goals of A Place for Everyone and the successes of A Place for Everyone. You'll see some of them listed on the slide. Website was stood up as a result of our collaborative effort. Community presentations increased significantly. Community tabling, one-on-one conversations were held, and then we recently held a Better Debate, which was an attempt to increase and improve the level of candid but productive dialogue. Most of our community engagement work looks just like you saw tonight. It's fairly well-informed people in our community who have good faith questions about the nature of homelessness and or how this plan hopes to reduce or eliminate chronic homelessness in our community. I can speak anecdotally about the challenges that exist with community engagement. Most of them are rooted in the fact that this is a sticky, complex issue with a number of different strategies that need to work in concert and in parallel for a significant amount of time in order for us to see visible impact to the issue. But I hope you get a sense that through our tabling, encounters, through our willingness to speak to a lot of different populations of people in our community, a lot of different community groups, everyone from your local Rotary to Justice Matters to members of the DLI board to members of the chamber to school groups to Boy Scout troops. There have been a number of different populations of people that we've engaged, and our goal is to scale and increase the amount of places where you can find information about the efforts that this incredibly capable group of people are engaging in to reduce chronic homelessness in our community. I will say that, as a community engagement practitioner, it's always important to identify goals. And so it's important for you to hear that the goals are the fourfold. We wanted to center the stories of those directly impacted. So if you go to a place for everyone, though you might really enjoy the dashboards, what you will also see are the stories and personal narratives of people that have emerged from homelessness or people that have lived experience with this very complex issue. We've wanted to shift the format to healthier civic encounters. When I first arrived on the city's staff 2 years and 8 months ago, the conversation around homelessness was complex and highly emotional, and it should be. It's a personal, very, very personal issue for most members of this community, and it impacts people personally in sometimes and most often deeply devastating ways. And so shifting the format of these conversations to ensure that they were more productive, they were more of a back and forth, a give and take. People heard from us more regularly. We allowed people the opportunity to take at will by staging up a website and starting up a newsletter that goes to more than 1,500 members of our community. Those were strategies that we felt were effective. We wanted to foster curiosity and reduce the stigma around asking questions about homelessness. We wanted to meet people where they already are. There are opportunities in this community that are already environments of incredible trust. Pride celebrations, Juneteenth, other festivals and activities that are already happening here. We went to those festivals and activities and hosted tables there so people could come to us in an environment of joy and celebration, and they wouldn't feel like they were being stigmatized by asking a question about who we were serving in this community and what we were doing to serve their needs. We wanted to get people, with all due respect, away from a city commission environment, and we wanted to show people there are more opportunities to communicate with us, to ask questions, to deeply engage in this work other than just coming here. We increased access points. I've already discussed that. I just think it's critical to know that this is an ongoing pleasure, frankly. And it's something that we will continue to evolve as the needs of this community evolves and as the questions evolve. With that, I stand for questions.
I will say I like not just the dashboard. I like the other parts of the the place for everyone. I mean, obviously, it gets that information out there in a compelling way. So I do appreciate that. Questions for Corey? Well, I think something you had said was on one of your slides, but we've spent so much time with this. It's still, the number of people who probably know what Place for Everyone is and what we're trying to accomplish is still a small number, and we just need to keep getting it out there. And I think it's important, when people come to me, and obviously, if they're talking about what we're doing or how we're doing it, I try to always refer them to, these, say, look, I can only say so much in this email, or I can only say so much in this conversation. You need to go check out these sources of information, the place for everyone. And I do think it's a great place to send folks to really understand the complexity of the situation and what we're trying to do to solve it. I mean, obviously, some people want the solution tomorrow, and that would be great, but we're in this for the long haul, and sharing that information with them, I think, helps at least. So appreciate it.
I will say, because it is important to reference the data, we did complete a sentiment survey that went to a number of households, as many households as we could afford to send the sentiment survey to ask people if they were familiar with the place for everyone, what their attitudes were on homelessness, what their perceptions were of the population we were serving, their perceptions of need. And so that survey helped to drive a lot of the talking points that we then created, and a lot of the ways that we chose to inform our community on what was happening. We've also done some really interesting things, and I say this because it was not my work, it was the work of the people that are in the work. They were willing to have journalists embed with them. What I mean by embed is they come alongside them as they're offering services or doing a point in time count or evaluating a campsite or connecting with those people who are still living in unsheltered environments. And that type of openness and transparency, I think, has built better relationships with our partners in media and journalism. That's allowed them to tell a fuller, more complete story. When we take those opportunities, and when they take those opportunities, we see coverage results that we think are really high quality. And so I need to mention that because that's critical too. We need to be working with community stewards, and sometimes community stewardship does include journalists. Most of the time it should, and I think in this community it does.
Thank you. Other questions for Corey? Okay.
Corey, I know you talked about the different, sorry.
No, you're good.
I know you talked about the different engagement opportunities we had, and recently we did one with KLC.
Yeah.
Can you kind of give us a kind of high-level overview of how that went? I've heard from individuals in the community, their perception of it. Can you just share what you gained from that experience?
Yes, that's a great question. So Commissioner Sellers is speaking about the A Better Debate event that we hosted in December, early December. It was hosted in partnership with USD 497 at their central office location. It was facilitated by the Kansas Leadership Center, and they were really, really invested in changing the type of conversation that happens around all kinds of hot button issues. So they hosted one in Topeka on another issue. They hosted one here on housing. They've hosted one in Wichita recently on their sales tax initiative. Those are designed to create spaces for everyone in the room to be heard. And it starts off with a resolution. Our resolution is I believe the resolution was positive. There are enough housing opportunities here in our community. And then we had pro-con speakers discuss their lived experience and provide response to that resolution. I'm really curious about what the feedback you received, Commissioner, but the feedback we received in our after action survey, was wholly positive, and people were relieved to walk into an environment that was structured and facilitated by folks that really were just there to create an atmosphere where everyone could collaborate around sharing openly. And I mean, Jill participated in that experience, so she can speak to that from a participant perspective. But in terms of the feedback we received after that experience, it was wholly positive.
Yeah, I know from a lot of the advocates who participated, I think some of the feedback that they shared was that there were a lot of individuals who attended who have maybe recently become abreast of of some of the things that, the work that we've done with A Place for Everyone and with affordable housing, and came in having to remove some of the layers of being uninformed on things, and not necessarily misinformed or disinformed, but truly uninformed. And it reflected where we have folks who are speaking to things without speaking to the individuals and organizations and entities who have been doing this work.
Yeah.
And so it was a way, it convened individuals who are passionate about things who have not done the work to talk to their neighbor
Yes.
about the very issue that they both are passionate about, not necessarily in a negative way, but just in a way of, I'm underinformed, but I'm passionate about this issue, but I haven't done the work to engage with other partners in the community that are doing this work to better edify myself on things. So it goes with that still positive thing. It was just not a but. It was the whole positive piece of, I'm passionate about this, you're passionate about this for good reasons. It's just interesting that our paths have never crossed, and this was an opportunity to bring our paths together. And now the work is, now we have to do the work of, if I'm going to be an advocate alongside you, I need to do the work to show up for you and be informed and not speak in a way that could create more barriers in a way. So
I appreciate that. I have a lot of theories about what community dynamics look like. In our community specifically, I could talk about that for hours. But what I will say is that if you were to survey Lawrencians, I would strongly bet that most community members, if you gave them a list of 5 issues, they would say they were moderately to highly informed on those issues. Now, would that prove itself to be true and accurate if we were to test them on things that are currently happening in our community? Probably not, and that's pretty normal. It's pretty standard, but I think here in this community, it feels different because we have a highly educated population, and we have a population that is really, really focused on community engagement and really invested in the work that we're doing. So we need to be providing other opportunities for them to learn more. If I had a team of 25 people, you would see a lot more activity. But we are going to do the most that we can with our collaborators in the community, and we're very pleased to work with them. That speaks to our challenge. There's still a lack of awareness of the A Place for Everyone plan. That's a measured lack of awareness, even after all of the community activities. I will say that I'm okay with people getting connected to the strategies of the plan, even if they don't assign it to A Place for Everyone. And let me give you an example. Recently, we supported Leah's team on the Affordable Housing Survey, and that work is housed under the A Place for Everyone plan. But if you were to walk around to people and say, hey, you completed that Affordable Housing Survey, did you know that it would impact a broader strategy? Most people would say no. And frankly, that's okay with me, because I'm not selling cans of Coca-Cola. I'm investing in belief, and I'm investing in shared values. That's very, very different. So we're going to keep the work going. It might look differently than it looked 6 months ago, but we'll keep it going.
Appreciate that. Brandon, you gonna wrap us up here?
Yeah, I just want to apologize to everybody too. I know the county mission thing was like an hour and 20 minutes. Commissioner Dever said we have to go 3 hours, and I was like, okay, we have to go 3 hours.
Definitely said that.
Bang for your
All the
buck.
questions.
actually punch you.
So we're closed for questions. So we'll advance. Kurt, feel free to stop sharing if you'd like. I'll just wrap up just with a couple thoughts. First of all, I think Corey, where'd she go? Corey's supported by her counterpart, or that work is also supported by Carrie Britt with the county. We have volunteers who really come to the work of community engagement as well. And I just think that is we kind of put that at the end, but how you say something is just as important as what you say. And this is a great example, probably the best in my career, of like, it is really important how we communicate about this work. So I just want to acknowledge the folks that are supporting the subject matter experts who are leading the work. That's a really, really critical connection there. You've heard you've seen the tip of the iceberg tonight. There truly are at least dozens of people who are deeply invested in this work, and that might be an undercount. And it is really cool to watch how this thing has evolved and developed to truly be a collective community action plan. When we started, earnestly doing this work, we knew we were going to have to learn, and learning is really hard. And we would make mistakes, and we would learn from those mistakes, and we would get better. And you'll hear probably throughout your careers serving in elected office about the mistakes that we've made. And some people won't let those go, and that I understand that. But this is a group that takes risk, and they try things, and they course correct, and they're not afraid to admit when they've got it wrong. We're not afraid to admit when we've got it wrong. Another thing is we knew that we were getting out ahead maybe of other communities, especially similarly situated communities in the Midwest, in doing this work. A city government being so deeply involved instead of just the county government. And it was unique. So the governing body took a risk and continues to take a risk in supporting this work, funding this work. Our community and voting to raise the taxes on themselves to fund this work. So that's really cool. And it's unique for those of us working in city management to be able to be a part of that, a part of this work. The last thing I'll say is a place for everyone. When we first approached KDADS, actually, I think KDADS first approached us. But when we started having that conversation, we said we'll figure out how to do this so that other communities can replicate or learn. Maybe not replicate, because it'll be unique to each situation in each community, but they can learn from us, and we can give them a model, a framework that they can go back and they can build in their own community the types of solutions that work for them based on what they learn from us. We've had many communities reach out. I always respond to those kind of initial emails to our office with, you can't, we'll let our team members talk to you, but you can't recruit them away from us. Because they don't have those folks in their communities, or they don't have those folks engaged in the ways that we have them engaged here. We have built something, while it's far from perfect, far from complete, far from fully and sustainably funded. We've built something that other communities across the country, and especially in the Midwest, are looking at, and that helps us. Some of the questions about people, crossing jurisdictions, that helps us with that. But it's also just the right thing to do. So I am incredibly proud of this work. If you can't tell, this is probably the thing that I'm most proud about in my career so far. I get a little emotional talking about it, so sorry, but it has been incredible to be a part of, and I only touch it, a couple times a month. These folks do a great job, and they're supported by very passionate and talented people.
Thank you so much. We're going to open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the commission for any comments.
John M. 66049. I don't know how I can possibly follow that up. That was pretty good. And I have a high degree of respect for these people. Most of have seen me, and I've seen them quite frequently because I go to the county meetings on this topic, and I have done so almost every week that it's up for the last 3 years. So I'm a citizen, a taxpayer. You're the governing body at the city level. They're the governing body at the county level. From my perspective, I bring my commentary to you because I believe it's imposed on the governing bodies to watch over this enterprise. I think of this enterprise, rightfully or wrongly, as if we busted up the hospital down the street and scattered it all throughout the city. We have our emergency systems, we have our intake, we have our x-rays, diagnostics, we have our operating surgery rooms, we have our recovery rooms, et cetera, throughout the hospital. Well, the hospital is well coordinated and well orchestrated as a unit. This group of people is struggling to find that, and they will. The challenge in both situations is that there's a never-ending supply of patients. It's not like we're going to finish with the homeless and then we're done and it goes to zero and that little bar chart balances out, because there's nothing stopping new homeless either from coming into the city or being created within our own units. But I do think, because of the large enterprise, 2023, the budget pulled from one of your papers was somewhere, estimate was $250 million. That's a lot of money, and it's not going to stop. So the question from the governing bodies is, how well is that being used? What does it really cost us? And from an ongoing basis, how do we monitor it? They have to run their enterprise at a personal, individual level, because that's the nature of the business. But from your level, it should be looked at from an aggregate level. There are groups, different types of groups. We can see that in the bar charts that they put up there. Veterans, families, children. A lot of focus on housing because at that level, those groups are most affected by housing. But the challenging ones are the ones that need treatment. Drug addicted, mentally challenged, abused. There are others. And those need the wraparound services. And the question goes, well, how much does it cost to treat somebody and stabilize them? How much do partners cost? How much expenditures does it take to really provide the services that are needed on an ongoing basis? I think those are metrics that have to be looked at. And because I'm running out of time, I did run out of time, so I'll stop. That's what I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rowan Shuring, 66044. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you all for taking the time to talk about all this. This is a really important subject. And I really appreciate how much curiosity and how many questions I'm seeing people ask about all this. It really demonstrates a desire to have an understanding of how everything's working, and I really appreciate that from you all. Earlier during the presentation, there were a couple of points that I wanted to touch on. One of them is that there was the question at one point of whether we have any understanding of how long it takes from when someone first starts staying in night-by-night services at the shelter to when they are placed in housing. And that question wasn't really answered. I think it would be valuable to have that information. Also, for the point about where people can go if they have a loss of services from the shelter. I know that there was a point that what was stated was that there aren't really any people that are being worked with that they weren't able to advocate to get in. But both in my, again, not speaking for Lawrence Community Shelter, I'm not speaking for them, but as somebody with experience as a direct support, as a direct service advocate at Lawrence Community Shelter, at least through to last month, there are several people who do have an indefinite loss of services from Lawrence Community Shelter. And sometimes that does get reversed, especially if there's a lot of press about it. But that doesn't mean that it isn't an issue that a lot of people have to deal with or something that comes up. And even when even when it isn't an indefinite loss of services and there's an opportunity to get back into services, those people still exist and need a place to go. And I think the question of where they can go in those cases is still important. Also, I continue to believe that the at least how it's been historically implemented, the residency requirement is not is much too strict. It's more strict than it really should be, especially knowing that the people we're trying to help are.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
The last place I lived in my former state was a rent-controlled shack in a backyard that was demolished to make more luxury college duplexes. I am used to finding a way to make it against difficult odds. I moved here to get away from unsustainable rent increases, and it's getting more expensive every year. In a time when the ability to use housing vouchers is threatened by large real estate interests invested in keeping the legacies of wealth and poverty going, ever inflating the 20-year-old bubble, it's important, more important than ever, to understand how best to help. My own landlord has retaliated against me for using funds to prevent homelessness, a previous landlord for reporting unsafe living conditions. Homelessness is an all of us problem, but one that I understand intimately. But addressing this problem from only the housing side does miss some very important people. We have determined that our homeless services here in Lawrence are contingent on proving that you're a Lawrence resident. And the definition of who is a non-resident can expand very suddenly. Congratulating yourself for serving the community better when you reduce the definition of who that community is a convenient self-deception. Who is a neighbor? Who belongs? How do we check who deserves to live here? Germane to that discussion, you might say in German, Ihre Papiere, bitte. Your papers, please. This phrase has haunted generations of my foremothers. It's a piece of paper to determine if you are human. Where did you come from? Why are you here in my backyard? As if a piece of paper made the difference whether we were responsible to the lives of our neighbors. As if a piece of paper justified a forced march out of our backyards, followed by harassment all the way out of town, a trail of burning tents in the snow behind it. Is that the functional zero? Zero people? In Lawrence, especially in the past 2 days, a piece of paper is the difference between the social safety net and an undocumented, long, forced march. What is a piece of paper weighed against a life? Who is a human being? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Harold. You probably are very familiar with me by now. I could sit here probably for another 3 hours and talk to you about these issues. And to the previous person's point, I want you to imagine for 1 second that you were homeless tomorrow. Are you carrying your utility bill with you? Is that the most pressing thing to grab? Is your lease document? Everyone in this room is very familiar with what LCS is going to need. Is the average Lawrencian familiar with that? To the point of talking about, like getting people treatment when they're homeless, right? The best treatment when somebody's homeless is housing, because it is proactive sometimes. It's sometimes a thing where it's like some drugs out there help you to manage the situation out there. They're protective. So when they're housed, That's no longer the case. They can start considering recovery. That becomes more possible. And I also want to, I'm sorry, I'm just bouncing around here. There's a lot of points I want to hit. You know, we had a lot of people here who are executives and assistant managers and that sort of thing, or leads. Get in the regular workers and talk to them. They're going to give you a way more honest answer to the problems that you're going to face. Because, you know, when you're the executive, right, like you have a company to sell, you have a product to sell. And even if that product is just your brand or the success that you definitely 100% got, you know, there are more intricacies involved in all of that that you're just not going to hear from the folks up here. Sometimes that's not even malicious. Sometimes that's just not knowing about the thing. The people with the experience with that are the people on the ground. You know, LCS has a union. Burt Nash has a union. Those workers are very familiar with their struggles, and they've been talking together about those struggles. Those are the people you really need to touch base with to truly understand some of the issues that these institutions are facing. And I want to say this as well. Back in the early days, I think 2020, 2021, one of the issues that we did encounter was when we started getting people housed with private landlords. They quickly soured on that relationship. The answer really cannot be the private market. We've been doing that since Reagan. And our homelessness problem exploded due to Reagan, and it's only increased since then. So the answer has to be public housing. For every dollar you spend, you will get 2.5 back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Ross, 66049. I just wanted to echo the last speaker's point. Sitting out there and overhearing a lot of their discussions in reactions to statements made by some of the officials invited. And it begs the question of when we will honor more of our community's input on matters that pertain to our community when we are merely given 3 minutes to speak, and the room here hears 3 hours from an executive as opposed to individual employees that have on-the-ground experience. I don't know about you, but I would like to endorse the individuals doing the work on an everyday basis. I think that they will bring a lot of honest testimony and opinions, outside of the box ideas. And I don't want to discredit any of the work of the officials that are here, but it's something that I struggle with in coming here often, in calling for civic engagement. And to me, I just see a continual imbalance from the needs and wants of the public. And I think I would reiterate that point with the continued cries from the community, or outcries, about when public comment is heard on these meetings, or in these meetings. And 2 weeks ago, when we had the unhoused population here, instead of giving them a space to adequately address a lot of these issues discussed tonight, we made them wait 4, maybe 5 hours before they could even speak their piece. I don't see any outreach by public officials to bring those individuals here at a work session. There was no consideration made for that. And for every meeting when we have executive meetings or executive sessions for 45 minutes and there is dead air on the Zoom, again, I would say if you want public input on not only this issue but many other issues, that is an available, efficient use of time for people to come here and address the community at large in a way that will be recorded and can be disseminated to other people in the community. And so again, I call on the need for this commission to address the public comment imbalance and unfairness that was put in place over a year ago. And I believe that the community would be willing to help you on many of these challenging issues if you would only ask for their input. Thank you very much.
The comments in the room. How about online?
Yes, we have a few. Julie Jones?
Go Julie. Julie, I can't hear you. This week we can't see you either. You have to send the vice mayor over to her house.
Yeah, exactly.
Help with some tech support. Julie, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. We're going to pull someone else over. Why don't you?
Yep.
Julie, we'll come back to you. We have a couple of the speakers, so we'll try you again.
Jeffrey Hepler?
Good evening, everyone. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I guess I don't really have too much to say other than what has already been said. I hope we can stop the sweeps. I appreciate all the work the HRT is doing. And I admit, I do feel strongly about this issue. I admit that I am perhaps uninformed about this issue to an extent. But just know that there will always be people who will not conform to being housed. And we shouldn't kick those people out of our community. We should find a place where they can be safe and express their livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I just want to start off with saying it's called a place for everyone. What about people? Okay, if it's a place for everyone here, why were we sweeping camps? Like, it's a place for everyone as long as you don't want to camp outside. Or maybe it is. Maybe the place for everyone is that some of these people need to learn their place, and that's what the city is doing, putting them in their place. I think it's ridiculous that we can't let people camp anywhere. Like, we can't have one park where the homeless can camp. How many parks do we have? Like over 20? Just letting them camp at one park? That'd be what? 5%? We can't have 5% of our parks dedicated to the homeless? I just want to throw that out there. And also, I wish y'all would take a stance on that Supreme Court case that was decided, I don't know how long ago it was, where the liberals all sided against the conservatives, where the conservatives decided, well, it is constitutional to ban camping even if people have nowhere else to go. But we're siding. City staff and you all, the commission, are siding with the conservatives. And I mean, if you weren't siding with the conservatives, you could issue an ordinance saying, hey, if someone has no other place they can go, we'll allow them to camp in city limits. You all could do that. And also, earlier someone mentioned, do we have a drug problem? Yes, we need more drugs. That's what I would say our drug problem is. We need more marijuana and mushrooms. If people had access to those drugs, then maybe they wouldn't be doing the bad drugs. And I've mentioned this before. When I started doing mushrooms again, like a couple of years ago, I stopped drinking pretty much altogether. I only drink like once or twice a year now. So I just want to say some of these drugs that the government says we shouldn't be doing have actually helped me. So I just want to throw that out there. Let's see if I have anything else. I don't think I do. Oh yeah, where are the homeless staying when it's not cold? Like when it gets severely cold, we have to have an overflow shelter. So where are those people going when it's not dangerously cold? Are they just camping outside and we just turn our heads to it? It's just something that makes me wonder, like, where are these homeless staying at that when it gets dangerously cold that we have this overflow shelter? I mean, they have to be somewhere, don't they? It's not like the cold comes and then suddenly it makes people homeless. Just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Risa Williams. Risa Williams.
Sorry. I apologize. I'm going to bounce around a little bit. I work with Heartland Community Health as a community health worker. I am not representing them in any way. I just want to say, like, I started out as a peer at Burt Nash. I have lived experience. I'm out in the community, boots on the ground, working alongside, the people who presented today, the people who are doing this thing in the community. I do outreach with our unhoused individuals. I see a lot. Sorry, I'm not going to cry. I know there's a lot of complaining. And there's always going to be the person and the people that don't see the other side of it. I think the biggest thing, I've worked my way up with my job. I started as a peer. I was a housing case manager for the shelter, and now I have a job at Heartland. Working my way up, that doesn't necessarily my pay has gone up. Affording housing in Lawrence is just really, really part of the problem. The other part of that is our wages. When we looked at this study from 2022, when we started this plan, we talked about the living wages and the people who can't afford to stay housed. Vouchers are a life-saving, a part of that. Not everyone gets a voucher. You guys talked about that tonight. Flex vouchers are minimal. The support, the community, you can't have community without the word unity. There's just a lot that goes into all of this. It's very complex. There's no time frame of when somebody gets entered into that CES in the continuum of care. Every individual has a different timeline. Some people get, they're unhoused. They don't have the same life circumstances as other people. So their time out on the streets and in the shelter is significantly longer. There are people in the community that care. And I really, really, really appreciate everything that's been said. I am able to look at both sides. I've been on both sides. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you. Try Julie again.
Julie Jones.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
And that weird, every time I update my computer, it does this. It kicks everything out. Julie Jones, 66047. I would like to know if the contract that the homeless sign, that they go in before they can go into the shelter for the evening, has the statement been removed that they cannot speak to the media? I never can get an answer on that, but the homeless are telling me that yes, it's still in the contract. I still don't understand, if they have all this support, why are they still choosing to live outside? The link that goes to that data that you guys had tonight, it'd be nice if Lawrence Community Shelter had that on their website, because I didn't know that link existed, and I may have the wrong one. The residency, I'm kind of like the next door go-to person for the unhoused or homeless people, and they're telling me that if they don't have a old rental lease contract or a utility bill to prove their residency, then that's all they'll take. And some of them are literally showing up here with zero stuff on their body to prove that they are from here. That kind of echoes with what some of the other people said. And then I had another individual reach out to me on Nextdoor and tell me that they were a former worker from Burton Ash on the HRT team, and they said that the public would be shocked at how the homeless are treated at Burton Ash. So to kind of echo what some of the others said, it's kind of boots on the ground to go to the inside and talk to the people on the inside, not the people who had all the time to make up this presentation tonight of how wonderful and great they're doing. I'm sorry, I don't believe that, because of the people who reach out to me on Nextdoor and tell me about their challenges, and the numbers, they're just not adding up. How did we jump from 283 to 500 in over a year, but yet we were at zero for nobody living in the camps? I think Misty said we had 40 in the camps, and we just keep sweeping. I don't know where they're going to go, because you sweep them and they just move to a different spot. That's all I got. Thanks.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for any comments. It's a work session, so we have no action, but any comments anyone wants to make?
Yeah, I mean, a question, I mean, since we did hear it like 3 or 4 times, what is the residency requirement? Is it a utility bill? Is it a lease? If somebody doesn't have any of that stuff, I mean, do we ask, were they, at USD 497? I mean, how do we help resolve that?
Christy, Program Administrator for the Homeless Solutions Division. So yeah, if they go to LCS and they don't have that piece of paper with that lease, right? If they can't prove that they were resident, they can reach out. There is a 3-day respite period, so that respite period to determine residency does exist. So it allows you some time to gather that information or get that information. If that information isn't receivable from them, then LCS will reach out to the Homeless Solutions Division, and we will help kind of navigate some other resources that we use to determine residency. At the time that we exhaust all of those services, then we will reply back. We get emails on a daily basis. Is this person a resident? Is this person a resident? And we will navigate the resources that we have. At the time that we exhaust those, we'll let them know. It's undetermined. They're going to have to either prove it themselves or they're not a resident, like if they can't, and so we give the opportunity back. Like I said, they have this 3-day respite period, and so we try to exhaust all the resources we can. If we can prove it through Lawrence Memorial Hospital, that, you know, that they lived here and went to the hospital or a doctor, or like there's, you know, the jail, you know, there's all kinds of different people who report whether or not they're residents or not. And so we pull from all of that information. There is a copy, and Misty can provide to each one of you the residential policy if you haven't gotten that, and it'll take you step by step how all that's done.
Do you guys, will you use Bert Nash information as well to declare
We use
residency?
anybody's information, so any record that we can get our hands on. So the issue is when somebody goes to like the hospital, you give an address of where you live. If that address is the Lawrence Community Shelter because you just moved here from Topeka last month and just went to the hospital, you're not going to be a resident. You have to have a residency here, and when you go to these different services and you give that Lawrence address, we could use that. So yes, we could use a Bert Nash medical record if someone went to Bert Nash and said, here's where I live today, and then, you know, maybe 30 days later they're evicted and they're homeless. They have that record still that says, yes, I lived here and this is where I lived. So that's how we look at those records. And so we try to get creative and look at, like, think about, you know, what was on your driver's license. We can go to the DMV and help you find that, or an ID or library card, or, you know, we try to get creative. And if somebody's lived here, there's going to be a footprint somewhere. It's nobody is saying you have to have a lease or a utility bill. It would be nice, but nobody's got that. We know that. But we have contacted agencies, utility bill agencies, with individuals and said, can you email us that, or can you just tell us over the phone? I've talked to landlords over the phone that says, yeah, they lived here and they lived at this address. So, you know, we are working to include people, not to exclude people, regardless of what the message might be. That's the role that we are taking, is trying to be inclusive.
Other questions, comments?
I just want to say thank you guys. As you guys have probably watched, or maybe you haven't, I ask a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions of everybody. So poor Corey knew. She was like, oh, I'm the last one. I think you guys are doing a great job. I think what you guys have to do out in the field specifically takes an angel to do that. And I'm just the finance city government person, so I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am that you guys are out there in the trenches. Do I believe there is still a disconnect between, I mean, of course, you guys have, how many, you know, there's work there to be done for sure. And you guys have admitted that. I will always approach it that this community, again, has been is a compassionate community, always will be. I'm just here to make sure we're doing everything as efficiently and effectively as we can. And if that's not happening, then how can I help to make that happen? I have been out and talking to folks, boots on the ground, and I will continue to do that to make sure. If there are gaps, I just want to help fix them. That is it. Not to be punitive. This is hard as hell. And here's the deal. If you're going to do it, you're in it to win it. And it is, you don't do it halfway. You don't decide one. I mean, you're in it to win it. So if we're going to be in it to win it, then we're going to do it the best way that we can. So I do still think there's issues, but I do think, yes, you guys have come a very, very long way. So thank you for all of your effort and listening to me question all the things. I appreciate you guys.
Comments? Go ahead.
No, I mean, same thing. Thank you for coming out. You know, again, it's like 10:15 at night.
Yeah.
So appreciate you guys, taking all the questions and helping to, especially, educate me on this. That's the reason I was asking some of these questions. So, and that I have like names to faces. Hopefully, we can connect going forward.
Yeah, obviously, thanks for the work. And, I always like the term continuum of care, and I think about what we do as a continuum and where we were and where we're at and where we're going to be. I think someone said earlier, you pick a point in time, and any point in time, you're not doing enough. But if you pick different points in time, you have to keep that continuum going, and we're going in the right direction. We have a lot of things in the works. If you go back a couple years to where we are today, it's a big difference. But I really think 2 years from now, or when we get these houses built, these affordable housing units on the ground, that makes all of the work so much easier. When you can have a place to move somebody from the shelter to a house, obviously that's the end goal, and we just need more affordable housing units on the ground, and we'll continue to make that impact, and we have to just keep doing that work, and it'll take time, but we'll make progress on it. So thank you all. Any other comments?
Not for me.
Okay. Mike, we hit the 3 hours, so Mike's not going to say anything. Okay, then. Amber, anything you want to say?
I do, but I'll share it with the individuals. But thank you for this presentation. We've come a very long way, and I've been there writing everyone from the beginning, and I'm glad that we're on this journey together because people see what we're doing. And learning is not static, it's dynamic. So I'm glad that we're still learning. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Do you guys need a 5-minute break or push to the end here?
Push.
I say we push
Ready to
through.
go home.
Push through. Okay, well, we'll let these folks leave. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. They're all thinking the 4 o'clock work session sounds more fun than the 7 o'clock work session, but thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, the county commissioners are jealous. They can't ask as many questions as we
Yes,
do.
they ran out of time. Jill, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Jill.
Okay, commission items. Anyone have any commission items? Then we have future agenda. And
Yeah, I mean, for a commission item, one of the things I did want to talk about is the survey that went out. One of the things about it says, the Lawrence housing, the housing market is stuck. And
what survey are you talking about?
the one that went out on what's it called? My brain shot. It went out.
The housing study?
The housing study.
The housing study survey.
The housing study. It says,
Okay.
it says it there like the Lawrence market is stuck, and I mean, I kind of take that as a challenge. I mean, is there something we could do in 2026 for backlogs of homes, some of the ones that you mentioned when you first became mayor again, to kind of push that forward? That if I-95 breaks in Philly, north of it, they're able to rebuild it in 2 weeks. Is there something we can do to unstick that as a commission? I'm just throwing that out there.
That's a goal. That's an execute. Yes, I'm with you there.
As it relates to not necessarily commission items, but more like a watch / future agenda items, we have under TBD text amendments. Oh, no, not that one. Darn, where'd it go? Yeah, that's what happens when you eat cheese at 5 o'clock in the evening. Just a couple of things. I know we've seen some advancement on HB 2504 and SB 391. Those are the two source of income bills. So it'll be interesting what this legislature does in the next 20 days and what that looks like and how the crossover, well, not 20, they say they've been in session for 30, but we'll see. Just to see what those, so let's keep an eye on that. And then there was a bill that went to the committee of the whole this evening in the House. That was HB 2481. It essentially preempts what we did with short-term rentals. And I have just a little bit of sticking point with it as it relates always to local control, and just some of the language in it that would require the city to complete said application, which it doesn't talk about inspection. It just says that we have 15 days to complete the application or the individual is enrolled by default. So I've always been a strong proponent of local control. And this is one of those that, we got it done right the first time. I don't need the legislature to tell me how to do it. And so we just need to keep an eye on that.
Which bill was that?
HB 2481. And it was passed as amended. There was an amendment put to it. Essentially, it's a short-term rental for World Cup, without saying World Cup. But it makes the time period from like May 15th to July 25th. It changes the definition of transient guests, put some stipulations in there about ensuring that TGT funds are collected. But the piece in there that kind of caught my eye is in regards to the 15-day period to process an application. If it doesn't, then by default. So I do appreciate Representative Mosley bringing that to my attention. Just wanted to bring it to the staff's attention.
Okay. Any other commission items? How about the future agenda? Any other comments on that?
As it pertains to bonding on March 4th, I have asked our finance director to separate new projects from projects that roll over. My hope would be that we can at least stay the new projects until we get a new municipal advisor. We don't have a lot of new stuff coming up, but we received the draft of the RFP for advisory services, so that is excellent. That's like usually the biggest point, the hurdle that you have to get over. So I'm going to meet with the finance staff on Thursday, talk about that, et cetera. So hoping we can get somewhere on that. So just giving you that. And then I didn't really say why I voted down the amendment for Mass Street. I really don't want to spend money until we get a new municipal advisor. That's really, unless it is absolutely necessary. So anything that I can put off, I will for now. That was it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing nothing else, city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. Several of these are follow-up items to questions that you all had, so just providing that more information for you. Happy to answer any questions on any of those. The first one, I just really want to shine a light on Annette Deegan. She is been a hero in the middle of our Parks, Recreation and Culture department for a long time, a fixture. And this recognition by the Kansas Recreation and Parks Association demonstrates how much of a fixture she's been to the profession in Kansas and how many people she's mentored and what a role model she's been to so many people. And we're very proud of her. So I just wanted to shine a light on her. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Any questions from the commission on the city manager reports? Appreciate you getting that information. I think the ICC codes will be important work, and so I'm glad to get the update on that, but look forward to that.
Yeah, I guess my question for that is the board that's working on those to put amendments that are sort of more, your analogy of like this is updating the system software from like 2018, 2024, like that makes sense to me. Of course it does. Of course it does, yeah, exactly. In terms of what the board is doing for some of the things that are a little bit more bespoke for Lawrence, is that process going well? Like, are there amendments that are, people are going back and forth that we feel will be able to have the 2024 code and have it amended for certain things that we're seeing with developers in town?
I don't know if anybody's been in attendance in those that's here in the room. I don't know that Jeff's on the line.
Casey, have you?
Maybe I'll stall a little bit while we wait to see if Jeff is online. But the conversations that Jeff and I have had, that yes, it is going well, and that they purposefully sort of did the maybe less controversial or the lower hanging fruit items first to build some momentum and get a system in place. And so you'll see some of the ones that are remaining are some of the larger items. But yeah, I think they have a good kind of cadence going at this point and are making progress.
I don't see Jeff, but Brian is on.
Right.
And I just-
Brian wants to report.
Brian, go ahead if you're on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm glad I stayed up for this. I thought maybe you might have some questions, so I'm happy to answer those. Regarding the questions, so far as my short brief update has provided, we took some low-hanging fruit first and took some of the ordinances that we thought we could get through rather quickly. All those ordinances listed on the first part of the update have been approved unanimously by the board. Now, you got to remember some of those amendments that you're referring to are actually going to be carryovers from the 2018 code. Our biggest challenge so far has been we skipped the 21 code cycle, so we are having to look at the changes of the 21 code, compare that to the 18, and then do that again from the 21 code to the 24 code. So I think overall, in short summary, we're gaining momentum. The board has warmed up to their role. A lot of these board members have never done this before, so it's foreign to them. But as we move forward into this year and late winter and early spring, we will be taking on some of the big hitters, so to speak, of those codes. We're doing the International Residential Code right now that regulates 1 and 2 family dwelling units. Then we'll have the IBC, which regulates all multifamily and commercial. And then follow that up with the existing building code. And then the big heavy hitter of the group is the energy code, which will probably bring in some expertise, third-party type people to give us some guidance on that, as well as the community. But overall, I think we're making good progress. It's a big, heavy lift for staff. 6 or so years ago, we got rid of all the specialized trades boards, and that's been a hurdle for us. But I think the plan that we've enacted since last summer has been a good one so far.
Thank you.
Thank
Other
you.
questions?
Not on that. But then the other thing on the service levels for that, where the reduction in call times, oh my God, that's fantastic. Like the going from almost 4 minutes down to a little under 2, or like the longest hold time from 40 minutes to 14.
It's AI, right? AI chatbots.
I mean, if Corey was here, that would be something I would love to see all over our social media of us reducing utility cost time and just letting the community know what these numbers look like, because that really is fantastic.
We appreciate it. And part of the reason we're not singing that is just to make sure that it's really working really well before we put too much more into it. And there is still voice coming. So this is text only at this stage.
Okay. If there's no other questions, the city manager's report is a public hearing item. Any member of the public want to speak on the city manager report?
Patrick Ross, 66049. I was curious about number 3, the update on the municipal services and operations design, because I was in a meeting last night discussing the city's adjustment to Ordinance 9744, which was an ordinance that we enacted in 2020, essentially confirming our community's goals for environmental sustainability and renewable energy goals that we are now adjusting for a number of reasons that the deferred work session will probably address once we get to that stage. But in the meeting last night, one of the things that was discussed was this municipal services building that we're constructing for over $100 million, if I'm not mistaken. And I agree with the notion that was presented last night that would be a great opportunity for us as a city to confirm our commitment to renewable energy goals, alternative energy goals. And I'd just be curious to follow up as to how much renewable energy is being implemented into the plan. And other ideas while we're speaking about this subject to sort of present in this space is that the budgetary decisions are coming up, that in our CIP, we decide and fund projects based on our values. And that is an opportunity to confirm our values by funding projects that we see conform to our values. And so I would like to put it out here now as we get to that stage that as we are looking to adjust Ordinance 9744, we should always look to include what the energy costs are for the decisions that we are, for the projects that we're looking to fund. And when we're thinking about budgetary decisions, looking at things from a return on investment, to not just negate things because they cost more up front, but to look at the long-term duration of energy and funding projects that I think are aligned with the values of Lawrencians. And so I just wanted to take an opportunity to make sure that our city is addressing environmental issues as we look to adjust Ordinance 9744, and we put over $100 million into our MSO building. Thank you very much.
Other comments on the city manager's report? Oh, one more on the city manager's report, okay?
I couldn't help but notice the conversation around the adoption of an AI chatbot for anything regarding the city. AI is a huge bubble right now. That bubble is going to burst. And the whole point of the billions of dollars that are being just shifted around between people who really have way too much wealth is more about control. And there's an environmental impact that goes alongside any usage of AI. We need to be very conscientious that this is a thing where the goal is to get their hooks into our systems and to make us dependent, and thus make it so that, I'm like, once that bubble bursts, well, they can charge us whatever at that stage, right? Like, they're worth billions of dollars. They lose, a billion here or there. No big deal. But in the meantime, right, we are now dependent on their service to do something that we originally didn't need them for.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any online?
No, Mayor.
Remind me real quick, the MSO campus is LEED Gold, right? Isn't it LEED Gold? Aren't you building it?
Silver.
LEED Silver or Gold?
Silver.
Silver? Can't remember. Okay, anyway, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay. Commission calendar. Anything on the commission calendar?
One item to add would be they're doing a thing at the library where they're asking people to be bartenders.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's a fun
Have
time.
you received that? Because I haven't received it.
Yeah, we got it directly from the library. I think it's March
Kathleen.
6th.
It's March 6th.
You want me to forward she messaged us directly.
March 6th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's a fun time. It's a great time.
March 6th. Okay.
I've bartended fundraisers.
Yeah. What?
I've bartended fundraisers.
That's good. It's
There
fun.
was a time in my house where,
Fundraiser usually benefits.
Yeah.
there was a time in my house the only certificate I had on my wall was my bartending.
Okay, anything else on the calendar?